Univisión Nueva York te invita a nuestra primera feria virtual educativa totalmente gratis. Contigo rumbo a la universidad. Conéctate virtualmente con representantes de colegios y universidades en tu área sobre ayuda financiera, becas y más. Regístrate ahora para la oportunidad de ganar dinero y otros premios. No te pierdas Contigo rumbo a la universidad. En vivo ahora hasta el 3 de mayo. Evento completamente gratis y virtual. Visita univision.com/universidad. Bienvenidos a Univisión Contigo, rumbo a la universidad. Sesión de talleres informativos. Con ustedes, Damaris Díaz.
Hola, hola, muy buenos días. Good morning and welcome to the very first day of Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad, our virtual college fair. I hope that you're enjoying this magnificent 3D experience from the comfort of your home, right there on your computer or your tablet, or maybe even on the go on your cell phone, your mobile device. Education is one of the top pillars for Univision Nueva York and our community outreach. Our goal is to entertain, inform, and empower. And empowering is what we're going to do today. That is the purpose of this 4-day event. We want to empower you, parents. We want to empower you, students, to get informed and to make the right decision about your future, your education. I invite you all to visit the different virtual kiosks, and I ask you also to engage in the questions. We have a box right here, right below me. You can ask us questions, you can leave your comments, and we're going to be reading them as the day goes on. So it's very important because we want this virtual event to be as interactive as possible. I want you to feel like you're right there in these kiosks. They're beautiful, and I could just imagine myself being inside of one of them right now. And I really wish that I had this opportunity when I was applying for college many moons ago. Well, actually, it was just yesterday. My sister and I were the very first in our families to embark in this journey over 20 years ago, and we had very little guidance. We came here from the Dominican Republic cuando éramos chiquititas, but our parents didn't speak English. They weren't fluent in English, so they couldn't help us along with the process. We were like the blind leading the blind, trying to figure out the entire application process and financial aid. I mean, this was all new vocabulary for us. So a lot of times it felt like an uphill battle, right? And our parents held our hands along the way, and they supported us, and we made it. We went through, and we graduated, and we were the first. We graduated in the same year, and the very first in our family to graduate from a university. And it was thanks to that education that I was able to have the opportunities that I've had working here at Univision and growing each day in this job that I love and that I do with all the passion and all the love in my heart. That would not have been possible if it wasn't for getting an education. And that's why I urge all of you to participate today, to get out of this something in every workshop, because what we have here to offer you is so valuable. So I remind you once again that in the box below, you can leave all of your comments and your questions. We have a series of workshops that are lined up for the next few days. Tomorrow's session is going to be completely in Spanish. Today, we're going to be doing this in Spanglish. We want everyone to participate. Así que vamos a darle la bienvenida en español a este primer día de Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad. Yo soy Damaris Díaz y seré su guía y anfitriona por los próximos 4 días, Dios mediante. Y en estos talleres educacionales que hemos preparado para ustedes, van a encontrar información sumamente valiosa. Así que los invito a que participen enviando sus preguntas y también escribiendo directamente a nuestros invitados. Tenemos una cajita aquí abajo y ahí se pueden comunicar con nosotros. Este evento es virtual y queremos que se sienta como si fuera en persona, como si estuviéramos ahí mismo en estos kiosks y estuvieran hablando con nosotros directamente y con todos los invitados que tenemos en el día de hoy. Para mí es un gran honor participar en esta charla porque es tan importante y tan necesaria. Yo y mi hermana y yo fuimos la primera en nuestra familia de entrar en una universidad, de graduarnos, y entiendo perfectamente la necesidad de una educación. Gracias a mis estudios universitarios pude ejercer mi carrera como periodista y he tenido grandes oportunidades aquí en Univision. Mis padres, nosotros llegamos de la República Dominicana y mis padres no nos pudieron ayudar con el proceso de la aplicación para la universidad, mucho menos de hacer toda la tarea para encontrar esas becas, que hay dinero ahí, solo hay que saber dónde encontrarlo y qué puertas tocar. Ellos nos agarraron por la mano y nos dieron todo el apoyo que pudieron y para mí, para mi hermana fue un reto constante, pero finalmente lo logramos y gracias a Dios y gracias a ese apoyo de nuestros padres y gracias a una educación universitaria, las dos somos profesionales y las dos estamos haciendo lo que amamos. Las charlas en los próximos días embarcarán temas desde cómo solicitar ayuda financiera, requisitos, cómo desarrollar su camino universitario estando en la secundaria y más. Espero que disfruten de todos los kioscos virtuales de las diferentes universidades en nuestra área. Tenemos representantes de todas partes, de CUNY, de SUNY, Syracuse University, Montclair University, NJIT, Kane University, Dominican College, St. Elizabeth College, Hudson Community College, y Albertus Magnus College. And without further ado, we are going to begin our very first workshop. You've seen their virtual booth already in the main area, and if you haven't, you got to check it out at some point. The booths have so much information, and they're all very interactive and very different, so you've got to check them all out throughout the day. I'm referring now to Albertus Magnus College, located in Connecticut, with almost a century of education experience. We have Ciara Negron, Associate Director of Financial Aid, kicking off our very first session with everything that you need to know about financial aid. So let's play close attention, because what she's got to offer you is so important and so valuable. So take notes. Pay attention, parents and students. Vamos ahora a escuchar a Ciara, que nos dice todo lo que tenemos que saber acerca de la ayuda financiera. Hay dinero ahí, solo hay que saber buscarlo. Así que vamos con Ciara.
En este día mi nombre es Ciara Negrón, soy la directora asociada de asistencia financiera. Hoy vamos a hablar de ayuda financiera. Es mucha información, pero voy a hacer lo más breve posible y voy a tratar de contestarle todas sus preguntas con esta presentación. Es un placer estar aquí con ustedes y deseo que esta presentación le ayude mucho. Vamos a empezar con la agenda. Se ve un poco larga, pero como dije, voy a tratar de ir lo más rápido posible, pero ustedes van a entender lo que estoy diciendo. Hoy vamos a hablar sobre los recursos de ayuda financiera, tipo de ayuda financiera, tipo de préstamos, el FAFSA, que en inglés es el Free Application of Federal Student Aid, es la aplicación gratis para asistencia federal. ¿Quién se incluye en el FAFSA? Una pregunta muy importante que me hacen los estudiantes. Algunos consejos y trucos para completar el FAFSA. También hablaremos de mitos comunes sobre la asistencia financiera, un proceso llamado verificación. Y con lo que está pasando con la pandemia, hoy vamos también a hablar un poquito sobre cambios económicos. También quiero revisar con ustedes, entendiendo la carta de concesión y el plan de financiamiento de la institución, que vendría siendo the College Financing Plan. Al final, pues, le dejaré saber cómo pueden someter preguntas y cómo contactarse conmigo. Ok, empezaremos. Recursos de ayuda financiera básicamente vienen de muchos sitios. Primordialmente, casi siempre tienes ayuda institucional, que es financiado por la institución o la universidad que usted va a atender. También hay ayuda estatal, que es ofrecido por su propio estado. Para si tú en Nueva York, Nueva York te ofrece asistencia para solamente los residentes de Nueva York, igualmente New Jersey, Connecticut y los otros estados de los Estados Unidos. También hay ayuda federal. La ayuda federal es ofrecido a los estudiantes en un nivel federal que lo puedes usar en cualquier universidad que vaya. Es un poquito distinto a la ayuda estatal, porque la ayuda estatal muchas veces te la ofrecen y te la dan si vas a una universidad que está en el estado. Hay algunos estados que no hacen eso, es bien importante que hable con el Departamento de Asistencia Federal de su escuela. También hay ayuda privada. Ayuda privada es financiado por organizaciones casi siempre de la comunidad, compañías pequeñas, también puede por iglesia o algunas veces hasta miembros de la misma comunidad que dan de su propio dinero a gente que vive en la comunidad. Vamos también a hablar sobre los tipos de ayuda financiera. Vamos a empezar con subsidios. Subsidios son asistencia que casi siempre no tienes que pagar nada. Digo casi siempre porque hay un programa que se llama a Teach Grant, que es un subsidio que se le ofrece a estudiantes que quieren ser maestros, pero si después que se gradúen no ejercen una carrera como maestro en una comunidad de bajos recursos, esa beca, entonces ese subsidio se convierte en un préstamo. Ese es el Teach Grant. Pero hay otros subsidios como el Federal Pell Grant y el Supplemental Education Opportunity Grant, también conocido como SEOG, porque nosotros usamos nombres cortitos muchas veces. Son los nombres que vas a oír. El Pell y el SEOG son gratis. No tienes que pagarlo para atrás. Tú lo usas para tus gastos de la universidad y completamente gratis. Es basado en necesidad. También tenemos becas. Las becas también son gratis, pero casi siempre son ofrecidas a estudiantes basados en un talento, porque tocan música, juegan un deporte, tienen notas altas. Esas clases de becas son gratis y no tiene ningún impacto en tu economía. Lo bueno de eso es que si tengo una familia que tiene un ingreso un poquito más alto, con todo eso tienes posibilidad de recibir una beca. Los primeros dos que hay son gratis. Ahora vamos a tocar un poco sobre los préstamos. Eso se tiene que pagar para atrás. En la próxima página hablaremos un poco más de detalle. Finalizamos con el Programa Federal de Trabajo y Estudio. En inglés es Federal Work Study. Es una oportunidad que el gobierno le da a los estudiantes para trabajar en la universidad, ganar dinero y que no le impacte negativamente el próximo año cuando llenen los impuestos y le afecte en su aplicación federal. Como tú tienes que reportar tu ingreso todos los años en tu FAFSA, el trabajo de estudio no te impacta negativamente. So, si vas a trabajar como estudiante, por favor, hazlo con un trabajo de estudio, Federal Work Study, para que no te impacte negativamente. Tipo de préstamos, hay muchos préstamos, los que voy a hablar de aquí mayormente son federales. Vamos a empezar con el préstamo Direct Subsidized Loan. El préstamo es un préstamo para el estudiante y es un subsidio directo. Eso significa que aunque es un préstamo, lo tienes que pagar para atrás, lo vas a pagar 6 meses después que se gradúe el estudiante o que deje de atender la universidad. El gobierno va a pagar los intereses por usted durante ese tiempo. También se le puede ofrecer un préstamo Direct Unsubsidized Loan. También, igual que el Direct Subsidized Loan, es un préstamo, se tiene que pagar, va a acumular intereses. Usted no tiene que pagar los intereses mientras está en la escuela, pero el gobierno no lo paga. So, acuérdese que en un Direct Unsubsidized Loan, si usted coge hoy $1,000 para un préstamo y después, pasa 4 años, se gradúa, ya ese préstamo no son $1,000. Va a ser $1,000 más los intereses de los años que pasaron. Con el Direct Subsidized, con el primero que hablé, ese es un poquito distinto, porque ese si coge $1,000, pasan 4 años, se gradúa, todavía debe $1,000 porque el gobierno pagó los intereses. So, esta es la diferencia de los primeros dos préstamos. El tercer préstamo es un Direct Plus Loan. Ese préstamo es un préstamo para los padres si quieren ayudar por sacar un préstamo para ayudar a sus hijos con los gastos educativos. Lo importante de este préstamo es que este préstamo no es garantizado como los primeros dos. Los primeros dos, como son para el estudiante, son garantizados para el estudiante. Después que llene el FAFSA y tenga por lo menos 6 créditos o más, va a recibirlo. El préstamo Direct Plus, como es para los padres, es basado en su credit score, en su crédito. Es un poquito más flexible que un préstamo privado, pero sí es basado en crédito y no es garantizado. Solamente padres biológicos, padres adoptivos, pueden aplicar para este préstamo. So, si vamos a poner un estudiante, quisiera que abuela o abuelo o el tío llenaran un Direct Plus Loan, lamentablemente, aunque se lo aprueben, no se puede procesar porque solamente puede procesarse si es basado la información en un padre biológico o un padre adoptivo. También tenemos préstamos privados. Este es un poquito más difícil algunas veces de recibir porque esto es directamente con un banco. Hay muchos bancos que ofrecen préstamos educativos para los estudiantes y ellos ofrecen préstamos directos al estudiante o préstamos a un familiar o hasta los padres para ayudar a sus familiares. So, es bien importante que usted siga los requisitos del banco que usted vaya a usar y la escuela va a poder procesarlo después que se lo aprueben. Ok, rápidamente vamos a hablar sobre el FAFSA, que es la aplicación gratis de asistencia federal. Esta es una aplicación que tienes que llenar todos los años y es disponible para usted todos los 1 de octubre. Todos los años, rápido que entre octubre 1, puede llenar el FAFSA para el próximo año. Como usted piensa entrar a la universidad empezando agosto de este año, el próximo año académico para el FAFSA es el 2020-21 al 2020-22. Para este FAFSA vas a utilizar los impuestos federales del 2019. ¿A dónde lo vas a completar? El FAFSA se puede completar directamente en la página de web studentaid.gov, que está en mi pantalla, pero para los estudiantes más modernos que no quieren ir a la computadora, pueden ir y descargar la aplicación My Student Aid por Apple Store o Google Play y lo pueden hacer en su teléfono, que es brilliant, es lo mejor que hicieron. So, también lo bueno de esto es que si usted descarga la aplicación y empiezan la aplicación en tu teléfono, puedes terminarla en la computadora por studentaid.gov y también si empiezas por la computadora, puedes después terminarla por tu teléfono. So, el gobierno lo ha hecho bien fácil para que ustedes puedan completar esta aplicación. Ahora, cuando vayas a empezar a llenar tu aplicación, como ustedes va a ser su primer año, es bien importante que tú creas un FSA-ID. Ahora, ¿quién necesita esto? Tus padres biológicos o tu padre adoptivo, usted como el estudiante y cualquier persona que vaya a firmar, ser segunda firma en uno de los préstamos. También, ¿para qué se usa este FSA-ID? Pues obviamente se usa porque el estudiante lo va a necesitar para crear su aplicación y completar el FAFSA. También se necesita porque los estudiantes que tomen préstamo va a tener que firmar un pagaré maestro electrónicamente. Igualmente sus padres. Por eso los padres tienen que firmar la FAFSA y si deciden tomar un Plus Loan, van a tener que hacer un pagaré maestral electrónicamente. Para eso necesitan el FSA-ID. Los estudiantes con su pagaré maestral electrónicamente también tendrán que completar un asesoramiento de ingreso, un entrance counseling. So, básicamente el estudiante lo va a usar para el FAFSA, NPN, que es el pagaré maestral electrónicamente, y el entrance counseling, asesoramiento. Lo que necesita para crear un FSA-ID es su seguro social, Pues obviamente se usa porque el estudiante lo va a necesitar para crear su aplicación y completar el FAFSA. También se necesita porque los estudiantes que tomen préstamo van a tener que firmar un pagaré maestro electrónicamente. Igualmente sus padres. Por eso los padres tienen que firmar la FAFSA y si deciden tomar un Plus Loan, van a tener que hacer un pagaré maestral electrónicamente. Para eso necesitan el FSAID. Los estudiantes con su pagaré maestral electrónicamente también tendrán que completar un asesoramiento de ingreso, un entrance counseling. So, básicamente el estudiante lo va a usar para el FAFSA, NPN, que es el pagaré maestral electrónicamente, y el entrance counseling, asesoramiento de ingreso. Los padres igualmente, especialmente si van a tomar un Plus Loan y un prestario solamente si van a hacer segunda firma. Lo que necesita para crear un FSAID es su seguro social y su propio número móvil o correo electrónico. Súper importante que por favor, cuando vayan a crear su FSAID, si el estudiante está ayudando a sus padres a hacer el FSAID, no pueden usar el mismo teléfono móvil ni tampoco pueden usar el mismo correo electrónico. Eso causa muchos errores y termina algunas veces hasta cerrando la cuenta por 30 días. Es bien importante su propio número móvil o correo electrónico para cada individuo que va a hacer un FSAID. Ahora, ¿a dónde voy a crear esto? Esto tú lo vas a crear en la página de internet de fsa.ed.gov. Si vas a la página del FAFSA, cuando empiece te va a dar una opción para poder hacerlo de ahí también. Ahora, muchas personas algunas veces sabemos que hoy en día tenemos un ambiente distinto cuando hablamos de la familia. Ya no, la familia no es mami y papi siempre y están toda la vida juntos. Muchas veces hay padres biológicos, hay padres adoptivos, algunas veces hay divorcio, separación. So, vamos a hablar un poco sobre quién se incluye. Pero esto es para la FAFSA, para la aplicación federal. Los padres biológicos si viven juntos, si no están casados tus padres biológicos, si están viviendo bajo el mismo techo, tiene que incluir los dos padres. Si tus padres son adoptivos, igualmente. Ahora, si tú vives con vamos a poner tu mamá biológica y ella se volvió a casar y tiene un padrastro, pues entonces sería tu mamá y tu padrastro. Igualmente si viviría con tu papá. También en el FAFSA tienes que incluir al estudiante, obviamente, porque usted es el que quiere recibir la asistencia. Y por último, dependientes de los padres. La definición del FAFSA de dependientes de los padres es cualquier persona que viva bajo el techo de tus padres que ellos mantengan el 51% o más. Obviamente, tu hermanito, tu hermanita, pero vamos a poner que abuela también viva en casa. Si tus padres mantienen a abuela 51% o más, pueden incluirla. Una forma fácil de determinar esto es que si pueden incluirlo en los impuestos, pueden incluirlo en el FAFSA como un miembro de la casa. Ahora, yo te di la definición de quién incluir en el FAFSA. Quiero advertirle que hay algunas escuelas que usan un método institucional. Y su descripción a quién van a incluir puede ser un poquito más grande. Asegúrese que si la universidad va a hacerte llenar unos formularios adicionales institucional, que le pregunte que si quiénes tienen que incluir. Algunas veces pueden incluir a los padres biológicos si están separados, algunas veces lo incluyen a los dos con sus respectivas parejas. Es bien importante que hablen con la universidad si está bajo esas circunstancias. Ok, ahora vamos rápidamente a unos consejos y trucos para completar el FAFSA. Hay muchos, pero le voy a dar lo más comunes que creo que le va a ayudar más. Muchas veces yo tengo estudiantes que sus padres pues no tienen seguro social y no saben cómo llenar la aplicación. No te preocupes, puedes llenarlo. Cuando vayas a poner la información de tus padres, después que usted sea un US citizen, un ciudadano de los Estados Unidos, o tengan un Alien ID number, tú eres elegible para el FAFSA. Y si tus padres no lo son y no tienen seguro social, cuando vayas a poner la información de tus padres, vas a poner 00000, o ceros como si fuera un seguro social en el FAFSA. Así, el gobierno pues lo permite a ustedes completar la aplicación. Lo único que al final de la aplicación, cuando tú terminas la aplicación, el estudiante va a poder llenar y firmar electrónicamente, pero tus padres, si ninguno tiene seguro social, van a tener que someter la firma por escrito. Quiere decir que se le va a trazar un poquito la aplicación, pero no se preocupen. Lo que ustedes quieren hacer es cuando lleguen al final de la aplicación, firmen ustedes el estudiante electrónicamente y cuando le toca a los padres, di que quieres someter la aplicación sin firma de padre y quieres una página de firma, una signature page. Cuando se printea, lo firma, o sea, tira a tu mamá o tu papá que lo firmen y se lo puede llevar a la universidad y ellos lo someten por usted. Y a la misma vez puedes terminar el proceso de la aplicación. Otro error que yo he visto que ha afectado negativamente a los estudiantes es que vamos a suponer que ellos hagan $30,000 y 10 centavos. Pues en vez de redondear el ingreso a $30,000, cuando añaden los centavos, ahora le estás dejando saber al gobierno que usted hace un ingreso de 6 dígitos en vez de 30,000. En vez de ser 30,000 al año, está diciéndole que estás haciendo 300,000. Gran diferencia por añadir los centavitos. Vamos a asegurarnos de no incluir los centavos. Vamos a redondear el ingreso al dólar más cercano para evitar ese problema. Porque yo he visto estudiantes que se asustan y han perdido beneficios y eso es algo que yo me he dado cuenta que han hecho mal y lo hemos arreglado. También nosotros los hispanos, o por lo menos en mi casa, los boricuas, usamos mucho apodo porque cultural. Quiero asegurarme que cuando ustedes vayan a llenar la aplicación del gobierno o cualquier documento de la escuela, por favor, use su nombre legal, no apodos. Su nombre legal es exactamente como está escrito en su tarjeta de seguro social. Es sumamente importante. Apodos, lo que va a hacer es que va a requerir que tú entonces someta información a la universidad demostrando quién usted es, porque no lo van a reconocer en el Departamento de Seguro Social o en el Departamento de Homeland Security. También, muchas de las veces, cuando usted está llenando la aplicación, acuérdese que la FAFSA es la información de los padres y del estudiante. Muchas veces cuando están llenando la aplicación no se dan cuenta que están llenando y terminan entrando el ingreso de los padres 2 veces, bajo la sección de padre y bajo la sección de estudiante, y lo que hace es que duplica el ingreso de la familia. Vamos a estar pendientes. En la mano izquierda van a ver que dice parent, que es padre, o student, estudiante. Esto es bien importante para saber qué información estás poniendo. También es importante crear una clave de rescate al principio para guardar la información. Casi siempre es una palabra de 5 letras, puede ser un número, para que así si la computadora falla o algo pasa o quieres terminar después, pues no tengas que empezar de nuevo. Algunos de los mitos comunes sobre la asistencia financiera es: el ingreso de mis padres es muy alto, yo no voy a calificar para nada. Eso no es verdad, porque acuérdese que la asistencia federal no es simplemente, o financiera, no es simplemente por necesidad. También hay becas sobre talento, grados académicos. Asegúrese de llenar. Nunca vas a perder con llenar el FAFSA, porque muchas veces las instituciones, especialmente instituciones privadas como nosotras en Alberta Magnus College, le damos dinero de nuestro fondo a los estudiantes, que a lo mejor el gobierno no le dé de las becas o los subsidios del gobierno, pero sí la universidad puede, pero no lo harían si no haces un FAFSA. También tengo que hacer mis impuestos y no puedo llenar el FAFSA, que todavía yo no he hecho eso, pues eso tampoco es cierto. Tú puedes hacer un estimado de los ingresos y luego, después que llenes los impuestos puedes someterlo y hacer los cambios. So, no te preocupes si no tienes los impuestos de 2019, que creo que ya todo el mundo tiene que tener hecho, pero por si acaso, hazle un estimado y luego lo puedes arreglar después que tenga la información. Muchas veces estudiantes pues crecen rápidamente y viven solos, ya no viven con mami y papi, pero son menores de 24, o sea, tienen menos de 24 años. Y piensan que porque ya yo tengo 18 años, yo estoy viviendo en mi propia casa, yo pago mis biles, no tienen que poner la información de sus padres porque se mantienen. Lamentablemente, el gobierno, con todo eso, pide la información de los padres, aunque usted se mantenga a sí mismo. So, es importante que si usted es menor de 24 años, no está casado, no tiene hijos que usted financieramente mantenga, va a tener que poner la información de mamá y papá. Muchos estudiantes piensan que no pueden llenar el FAFSA para asistencia financiera hasta que tenga la carta de aceptación. Eso no es cierto. Es mejor hacer la aplicación del FAFSA porque así rápido que usted sea aceptado, pueden empezar a hacer el procedimiento en la universidad de su asistencia federal sin tener que haber un atraso. So, trata de hacer el FAFSA lo más pronto posible. También solo estudiantes con un alto índice académico reciben asistencia federal o asistencia financiera. Como había dicho al principio, esto no es cierto. No todos los estudiantes tienen un 4.0. Hay estudiantes de todas clases de grados, niveles académicos, también niveles de necesidad. La asistencia siempre se trata de ayudar a todos los estudiantes. Por favor, llenen el FAFSA. Nunca sientan como que no puedan hacerlo porque pueden estar perdiendo asistencia financiera. Verificación. Esto es un proceso que el Departamento de Educación selecciona aproximadamente una tercera parte de la FAFSA. Esto es simplemente que el gobierno quiere asegurarse que no hicimos ningún error. Vamos a tener que confirmar su información que esté correcta. Vas a tener que suministrar algunos documentos a cada universidad. Si usted está seleccionado para verificación y vamos a poner que usted está interesado a ir a 3 escuelas distintas, pero no tomó decisión, mande la información a las 3 escuelas. Yo recomiendo que tengan un folder con el nombre de la escuela para así saber qué escuela usted mandó la información sin querer no vaya a mandarle la información. Cada escuela tiene que hacer el proceso individualmente. También cuando vayas a hacer el FAFSA, puedes usar la herramienta de consulta y traspasos de datos del IRS, que si tú usas ese tool, esa herramienta, pues el proceso de verificación es mucho más rápido. Si no vas a usar la herramienta de consulta y traspaso de datos del IRS, pues entonces vas a tener que someter unos impuestos firmados del 2019 o el expediente de impuestos del IRS. La hoja de verificación es bien distinta por cada universidad. Similar, pero cada una pues tiene su nombre, tiene otro formato. Asegúrese de que cada hoja de verificación la someta a la institución correcta. También otros documentos que se pueden pedir incluyen el W2, enmienda de impuestos, si tiene, comprobante de reinversión de fondos de jubilación o declaración de no tributario del IRS. Ok, vamos a seguir. Cambios económicos. Nosotros hemos pasado un año bien difícil con lo de COVID. Yo quiero que ustedes sepan que si la información que usted está poniendo del 2019 en el FAFSA no está reflejando actualmente su estado económico, es bien importante que usted se comunique con su universidad, porque puede ser que si el impacto del COVID o sus cambios económicos están negativamente influyendo en la habilidad de ustedes pagar por los estudios, ustedes pueden hacer una apelación. Algunas de las apelaciones que puedes hacer es pérdida involuntaria de ingreso por divorcio o separación legal, fallecimiento de un asalario o altos gastos médicos. Cuando hablamos de los altos gastos médicos, son más altos, tienen que ser bastante altos, que no, vamos a poner que cuando tú hagas los impuestos, pues el gobierno pues no te haya dado un crédito suficiente por tus gastos médicos y sobrepase el threshold del IRS, nosotros podemos ayudarle. Y cada una tiene su aplicación y distintos documentos. Y si no estás seguro, llamen. No vas a perder nada con preguntar. Es bien importante. Estamos aquí para ayudarle. Ok, casi al final, vamos a hablar un poquito de entendiendo la carta de concesión. Usted va a recibir, el estudiante, una carta de concesión por cada escuela que usted vaya. Esto va a incluir la ayuda económica, incluyendo las becas, préstamos, subsidios. Va a también a detallar los gastos. Algunas veces va a detallar los gastos dependiendo de la universidad, pero básicamente es una carta diciendo nosotros, vamos a poner que estás yendo a Alberta's Magnus College, te vamos a dar XYZ, te vamos a dar estas cosas. Cada institución tiene su carta de concesión y te la van a mandar en distintos momentos. Hay universidades que empiezan en noviembre, hay otras que empiezan no hasta mayo. Todo depende. No vayas a sentirte como, oh my God, no lo has recibido. Llama al departamento de asistencia financiera y pregúntale cuándo empiezan a mandar las cartas de concesión. Y basado en lo que te diga, entonces puedes determinar si lo hubiese recibido o no. Muchas veces las cartas de concesión no es solamente una. Si hay algunos cambios, como cambiar de vivir, tener alojamiento en la universidad o vivir con sus padres, de programa, una carta de concesión y después la cuenta está verificada, van a haber cambios. Vigila por cambios. Esté pendiente al correo electrónico porque casi siempre le dejamos saber, las universidades dejan saber por correo electrónico. Es importante que se registre en cualquier portal que sea electrónico. En Alberta tenemos un sistema que se llama Net Partner y cada escuela pues tiene algo similar casi siempre, donde tú puedes ver toda tu información al último momento. Trate de siempre registrarse para esos servicios que algunas veces ofrecen las universidades para que puedan tener acceso a la última información de su carta de concesión. Cada carta luce un poco distinto, es bien importante que revise los gastos, los costos de la matrícula, cualquier contribución familiar esperada, el nivel de inscripción. Si tú vas a hacer tiempo completo o tiempo medio, tú quieres asegurarte porque tengas información y puede ser, quieres asegurarte que si te dice que la carta de concesión es basado en viviendo en la universidad y usted va a vivir con sus padres, porque usted esté pendiente de esas cosas. Casi siempre yo le digo a los estudiantes, no es necesario aceptar todo porque acuérdese, en su carta de concesión va a haber préstamo. Usted no tiene que tomar préstamo. Los préstamos están ahí para ayudarle. Pero si usted puede hacer un pagaré del bolsillo o no lo necesitan, pues no tienen que tomarlo. Está ahí porque eres elegible, no es requerido. Yo siempre digo, nunca decline algo gratis, pero con los préstamos es una conversación familiar que tienen que hacer. Es importante comparar las cartas de concesiones porque cada universidad pues puede ser que aparentemente tiene mucho dinero, pero también tiene que ver cuál es el costo de la universidad. Casi siempre tú puedes hablar con el departamento de asistencia financiera y ellos te pueden ayudar a comparar las cartas. Yo sé que en nuestra escuela lo hacemos. También estén pendientes a la fecha límite, deadlines. Eso es bien importante, porque hay algunas escuelas que son bien estrictas, algunas fechas límites son basadas del gobierno, vamos a estar pendientes a esos límites. Y por casi último, vamos a hablar sobre el plan de financiamiento de la institución. Usted va a ver aquí en la pantalla un ejemplo. Este es el ejemplo del Departamento de Educación. Las escuelas te van a mandar una versión electrónica o de papel que se va a ver a sí mismo, pero que va a tener la información de cada institución. Si tú estás aplicando para 5 universidades o instituciones, vas a tener que comparar 5 de estas. El plan de financiamiento de la institución desglosa la carta de concesión y también el estimado del costo usando una plantilla del Departamento de Educación. Te va a decir cuál es el costo directo e indirecto. Costo directo es el costo que te va a llegar, que vas a tener que pagar a la escuela directamente, la matrícula. Si vas a vivir en la universidad. The charges, lo que te van a mandar un bill por correo de la universidad. Esos son los gastos directos. Ahora, gastos indirectos, que muchas veces mis familias algunas veces se olvida, son gastos como libros. Los libros no te va a llegar un bill en el correo. Eso usted tiene que pagar aparte. Comida, si vive con mami y papi, como quiera hay gasto de comida. También gasto de transportación. Nadie te va a dar un bill por la transportación, pero la gasolina cuesta, el mantenimiento del carro cuesta. Esos son gastos indirectos que el Departamento de Educación nos permite usar para ayudar a ustedes a recibir más recursos. Para una estimación de los costos educativos tendrás que pagar del bolsillo, vas a tomar el costo educativo directo menos toda la asistencia que recibe. Ese sería el balance que tendrías que pagar a la universidad. Obviamente, si no tienes ningún balance, tienes un crédito, puedes quedarte con el crédito para reembolsarte sobre los gastos de transportación, libro y cosas así. Ok, yo dije muchas cosas y perdónenme, yo quiera que hayan entendido lo que dije, pero siempre hay preguntas. O pueden visitar la caseta virtual que ustedes van a poder ir, o si tiene alguna otra pregunta, también envíame un correo electrónico a cnegron@albertus.edu. Gracias por estar conmigo en este día y ahora regresamos a Damaris.
Muchísimas gracias a Ciara Negrón por tan valiosa información, Associate Director of Financial Aid at Albertus Magnus College. Y me encantó eso que nos dijo de las fechas límites, deadlines. Wow, recuerdo como si fuera ayer un semestre que no llené el papeleo a tiempo y ese semestre lo estuve pagando yo por años, por un error. Y mi mamá me decía, bueno, tú quieres ser muy adulta para algunas cosas, pero para otras no. Ya yo tenía 20 años, o sea, que no había excusa. So deadlines are so important. Y ahora más que nunca, porque muchos estudiantes que están conectados con nosotros buscando ahora oportunidades para entrar a la universidad, you're turning from 17 to 18, right? And 18 makes you an adult, but at 18, I was still so much a child. But you've just got to be so careful about those deadlines because, like Ciara told us, there are so many financial opportunities out there that we can all take advantage of, but they all have a deadline. So no dejemos escapar esas oportunidades tan importantes. Y esta información que nos trae Ciara, a wealth of information, and I wish that Ciara had been around when I was applying for college. It would have made my life so much easier. She would have made my life so much easier. It seems like only yesterday, and I really wish that I had the opportunity to do it all over again. Las personas que están conectadas, que están ahora contemplando, ¿dónde voy a mandar a mi hijo? ¿Dónde voy a mandar a mi hija? Where am I going to attend school? This is such a crucial moment for you, and this is a decision that is going to affect you for the rest of your life. So please join all the kiosks that we have. Take a lot of notes. Gather all the information that you can here today, because this is going to help you and it's going to go a long way. And for us, it's so special to be a part of such a huge decision-making process. That's what we're here for. We're here to help you. We're here to support you. And again, thank you all for joining us, for spending this time with us. And we're going to be here until 4 o'clock with a lot of information. And we ask you to use this little bar that we have here. Tengo una pregunta por aquí que dice, quiero seguir estudiando, pero no hablo inglés. ¿Qué puedo hacer? Bueno, les recuerdo que mañana, la sesión entera mañana será en español. Así que las personas que están preguntando, que quieren seguir estudiando, pero que no hablan inglés, mañana es el día para que se conecten con nosotros y se queden todo el día. Así que no diga, no, ya viernes estuve. No, viernes, sábado, vamos a estar domingo, vamos a estar lunes, pero el día de mañana es completamente en español. También los kioscos, hay información ahí para todo el mundo. Así que toma el tiempo de visitar todos los kioscos y sacar la información de cada uno de ellos que los va a ayudar en este caminar que es tan importante. I hope everyone's having a good time. I hope everyone is learning. I hope that everyone feels like they're actually inside this virtual room. I know I do. In the past, we've had an opportunity to do this in person, right? And this is the very first time that we are doing everything virtually, even a year after this pandemic started. But we have to keep moving forward. We can't put our plans on hold. We can't put our lives on hold. You know, I feel like a lot of students said, well, I'm going to take my leap year and just not do anything for this year because everything's like kind of shut down. I'm sorry, people, but the world goes on and life continues. And we didn't think this pandemic was going to last this long, and we need to adjust. We need to go, roll with the punches and keep moving forward. Así que tenemos muchos talleres con información muy valiosa, así que los invito a que tomen nota, se queden conectados, inviten a sus amigos y familiares y también usen el spacebar que tenemos aquí abajo. Le vamos a estar contestando todas las preguntas. El workshop de mañana es completamente en español, les recuerdo. Y también dentro de los kioscos hay información en inglés y también en español. Studies have proven that obtaining a college degree increases your opportunities for jobs, and I can attest to that. It increases your salary, and most recently proven that it can lead to a happier and more content life. Come learn about the college application process, the financial aid process, and what steps you need to take to make sure that you are on the road to apply to and attend college. Our next presenter is going to help answer some of these questions, and she comes from the Hispanic Federation, one of our partners in this endeavor. And thanks to their efforts, we're able to produce Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad. Les hablo de Perla Rodriguez, Education Programs Manager at the Hispanic Federation, and here she is to address the ins and outs of the college process. Adelante, Perla.
Thank you so much, Damaris. Welcome, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the fair today. My name is Perla Rodriguez, and I'm from the Hispanic Federation, and I'm here to give a workshop on the ins and out of the college going process. I'll start by telling you that the Hispanic Federation is the nation's premier Latino nonprofit membership organization, founded in 1990. HF seeks to empower and advance the Hispanic community, support Hispanic families, and strengthen Latino institutions through work in the areas of education, immigration, civic engagement, economic empowerment, and the environment. I'll briefly go over the agenda for this workshop. We're going to talk a little bit about what are some of the obstacles and benefits of going to college. We're going to go over how to maximize your high school years so that you're college ready by the end. We're going to talk about applying to college. What are the components of that application? We're going to talk about how do you select a college. And we're going to talk briefly about financial aid. I'll share some resources, and then that'll be the end of today's workshop. I hope you guys enjoy. So when you think about college, I always ask the audience, when you think about college, what are some challenges to attending college, right? So just think a little bit to yourselves for like 2 seconds. And then I have some examples here that I always hear from families, right? So some challenges to attending college are the academic hurdles, right? Students must meet academic admission standards set by certain colleges, right? Financing college is another hurdle, right? The cost of a college education could be pricey sometimes, but financing this is very much worth the investment. That's kind of what we're going to be talking about today. Another hurdle sometimes and a challenge is sometimes it's first-gen families or just families in general that don't understand the process, don't have limited access to resources around making this decision and have to decide all these decisions about where to go and why and how. What are some benefits, though, to attending college? The value of an education, right? So with a college education, you have the opportunity for growth. College is an opportunity to mature and learn to become a responsible adult. You build skills Employers look for applicants who have a good, solid education, who have good critical thinking skills, right? Increases opportunities, increases job opportunities, and also increases the chances of getting a higher income. And recent studies have shown that people who have a college education tend to be more content with life. So it increases happiness to a certain extent. Here I have weekly earnings. This was a study that was done that kind of shows a little bit, an approximation of, how your salary increases based on the degrees that you get, right? So if you see towards the bottom, you see high school, no college, they're about, maybe 700 a week. And then you see that increasing amount with every degree that you earn. So let's talk a little bit now that we've spoken a little bit about why it's important to go to college, right? How do you maximize your high school years? So if you're a high school student and you're thinking already, how am I going to get into college? So what do I need to do during those 4 years of high school so that I could get into college, so I could have that dream? So I'll share with you that the typical college-bound students take challenging classes. Not everyone, but some, right? So honors, advanced placement, college now, college prep classes, maintains a good GPA of a 3.0 or higher, seeks help from a teacher or counselor when facing difficulties, participates in extracurricular activities, and makes use of school and local resources. So let's say you're a freshman. So for those who are freshmen in the audience today, yeah? So what do you need to be thinking about your freshman year? So you should start planning ahead. Talk to your school counselor so you could create a schedule to meet your graduation requirements. Start investigating your interests, like what classes are you interested in? What topics are you interested in? Challenge yourself academically. Start taking some rigorous courses, yeah? Build your resume and your college application. Once you get to your senior year where you have to submit everything to college, you need a working list of all the things you've participated in, all the awards you've gotten, all the accomplishments you achieved, right? And it's also never too late to start researching careers. What is it that you think you might want to study when you get to college? Sophomore year, you could start prepping for those standardized tests, the SAT and the ACT. You could take a free practice PSAT test. Again, also continue to research majors and careers. You could also start learning about financial aid and what that might look like for your particular family. You could start attending college and career events. Visit colleges during your spring break or during other breaks. Continue taking those academic courses that are challenging. Make sure, again, that you're always on track. Don't let that surprise you at the end when you realize you needed another course. And if you can, you could try to get a job or an internship. That always looks impressive on a resume and application. So junior year, what should you be doing fall semester? You should definitely be attending some college fairs. Now there are plenty of college fairs that are virtual, right? So you could go to collegefairguide.com and see what they have to offer. And you could also visit colleges in person over the summer during the breaks. It's the last year to raise your GPA, and you can also take the PSAT again. In the spring semester, you take that SAT. You start making college connections. Contact those colleges that you think you are very interested in, right? Start your college list, keep visiting schools, start looking for scholarships, identifying how are you going to finance this college education, right? And continue exploring careers and possibly get a job or an internship. Senior year fall semester is when things get a little busy, right? So you have to make sure you're on track to graduate. That's number one. And then you have to start preparing to apply to college. This is when it happens, right? So you could maybe take the SAT again if you want to score higher. You narrow down your choices to your reach, your match, and your safety schools, which we'll talk a little bit about that later. We'll make decisions regarding early decision or early action programs. You request your transcripts and your letter of recommendations. Towards the end of that senior year, you start applying to college, right? So you have to work on that college essay. I always tell my students to make sure that that summer between junior and senior year, they should really be working on that college essay. So when they walk into school in the fall, they have something ready to submit to their teachers and to their guidance counselors so they could start the revision process of that very important essay. During the summer, you should also be finalizing your college list. And then the first few months of the fall, that is when you really start to eliminate which colleges you're not going to apply to. Then you're going to start to complete those college applications, right? And you're also going to start to complete that financial aid application. So it's multiple applications that you need to submit. So you need to submit the federal aid, it's the FAFSA, the state aid, which is, if in New York, it's the New York State TAP, and the CSS profile, which is institutional aid for some of the private schools you might be applying to. Senior year of your spring semester, that's when you review your college acceptance packages, right? You're done, you're ready to go, you're ready to graduate. It's a very exciting semester. You check out what financial aid packages you got offered. You contact the financial aid office. Sometimes you're able to appeal and perhaps maybe get more financial aid from your dream school if you didn't get quite enough. And then you make those informed decisions about student loans and what works best for your family. And then you start contacting those schools, and then you're on your way, right? So now let's talk a little bit about the college application. What are the components of this application? So the college application has multiple components, right? First, you need to submit your transcript, which is your record of all your marks from grades 9 through 11 and mid-year through 12th grade, right? So that's all the classes you took, the courses you took, the advanced placement courses you took, all the grades, everything is in that transcript, right? You also have to submit your standardized test scores, your SAT, your ACT, if you took an advanced placement test, you also need to submit that. You need 2 teacher recommendation forms. This, you start recruiting your teachers the end of your junior year, the beginning of your senior year, and you have to make sure that you're getting recommendation letters from teachers or counselors that you have a good rapport with, right? So someone that you did well in their class, so they could talk wonders about you. You also need to work on your personal statement starting from the summer, right? Right after your junior year, you should be working on that personal statement. You should also see if the school that you're applying to has anything else that they need to be submitted, like supplemental essays. Some colleges do ask for extra supplements that you need to complete. And then you have your application, which is your personal information, your family information, and your extracurricular activities, which is very important. I'll share briefly here that if you check out the site fairtest.org, you will find out SAT updates. There's been a lot of updates to the SAT test this past year and a half because of the pandemic. And it's important that you're aware of those changes. So right now, there are no SAT subject tests and no essays with the SAT. And then also a lot of schools are becoming test optional, which means that you don't need to submit an SAT, or test blind, which means that if you do submit it, they're not going to look at it anyways, okay? So this is from the Common Application. The Common Application is the application that most students use to submit to colleges. It's one application that you submit to multiple colleges. So it's an amazing tool to use because you don't have to have individual applications for multiple colleges. And again, over 900 colleges and universities accept the Common App. And that put also the website there, which is thecommonapp.org. According to the Common Application site, these are the steps that students should be taking. The first step is to start gathering all those materials that you need to submit. So your high school transcript, your parental and family info, your extracurricular activity list is super important, including leadership positions that you've held in these activities that you participated in, all your test scores, your awards and achievements. And I want to talk a little bit more actually about the extracurricular thing. So it's not just school related, right? It's also anything you do in the community, any religious activities you participate in, any jobs, anything that adds to you as a whole person, right? That list is very, very important, almost as important as the essay and every other part of the application. Then you create an account. You start adding the colleges to the Common App. You engage supporters, which means that you get the recommendation letters, and the people who are writing the letters will submit it directly through the portal. You understand the requirements for each college, just in case some colleges have more requirements than others. And you plan your essays, right? So you submit the personal essay and any other supplementals that you might need to submit. And then you pay your fee and you submit your application. Before you pay your fee, it's important that you go to your guidance counselor and find out if you are eligible for fee waivers, right? Fee waivers is when your fees are waived for this for the Common Application for quite a number of schools. So just make sure that you check that off before you go and you pay the fees to submit, okay? So let's talk a little bit about now college selection. How do I choose my college? So I shared that in the United States, there are over 5,300 colleges and universities, so there's plenty to choose from, right? I also share that students generally apply between 4 to 10 colleges. I think 8 is the perfect number. So 8 colleges is usually what most of my students apply to. And it's just a good number because you just have a lot of wiggle room to decide at the end. And obviously research and guidance will also help you with this search. So how do you go about with research and guidance? You visit colleges, you visit their web pages, you research the school online, make sure that this school makes sense for you and your needs, that they have things that you want to study, that they have multiple things that you might want to study. Visit the college is essential in the selection process, right? Especially if you're going to dorm, in this school for 4 years, it's important that you go visit and see how you feel about the campus. Develop a college list. Again, 6 to 8 colleges. And I think a good way to develop this list is to have reach, match, and safety schools that you're applying to, right? So reach are schools that are a little bit above your set standards, right? So you might not get in, but maybe you can, right? So have a couple of reach ideal schools that you might want to try to attend. And then a match is a school that's right there with you, right? It's like the same, you fit all the boxes. And then a safety school will be that safety school that will probably most likely accept you. And it's also a safety net just in case things don't go your way in with the other schools, like example with financial aid or something like that. And always keep your options open. Location is important, right? So are you going to stay home? If you stay home, you save on room and board, obviously. And you have the comfort of living in your city while you're trying out this new educational environment. But if you go away, you have the opportunity to receive a fuller experience, right? A full American college experience. You learn to live independently, and you have a greater concentration on your studies. If you're dorming, the library is right there, the computer lab is over here, your classes are right there, right? So there's less distractions, more time to study. You also have to think about the type of colleges that you want to attend. Are you going to just go for your associates? That's a 2-year college. A bachelor is a 4-year college. And then you also have universities, which are bigger campuses that have colleges and graduate schools, multiple in the same campus. Now we're going to talk a little bit about financial aid, which is always an important question, especially for parents navigating this new system. So when you start researching the cost of college, right, you're always going to see a list of costs that the college will have. And that list includes the tuition, right? Room and board, if you are rooming and boarding in that college. Then they also include things like transportation, books, student fees, and miscellaneous fees. The last 4 on the list, they give you an amount, but that could change depending on the student, depending on the location. So it's not something that's set in stone, those set amounts, but unlike the tuition on the room and board. So here what I did is I captured what approximately it might cost to attend certain schools, right? So I have here as an example, CUNY. CUNY is the City University of New York. It's a public institution in the city. Then I have SUNY, which is the State University of New York, another public institution. And then I have a private college, right? So for tuition, we have that CUNY is about $69.30, SUNY is $70.70. And privates range, there's a long range, right? But I put $32.94 here. For room and board, I only put room and board for SUNY and private because for CUNY, for the most part, students are commuting. And then I added some numbers here for the other fees so that you could get an approximation of what it looks like. A CUNY education will cost about $11,000, a SUNY about $22,000, $23,000, and a private about $48,000. But again, this is just an estimate. When I look at a lot of the pricing, this is kind of what we went with. But don't let those numbers scare you. There are different sources of financial aid, right? So what are the sources of financial aid that we could depend on for the most part? We have federal aid. Federal aid is aid that you get from the federal government. And you get this aid by completing the FAFSA application. Okay, all eligible families should file for the free application for federal student aid. Then you get state aid. I included here New York, the New York State TAP is the application that you need to submit so that you could get New York State aid. And in New York, you get the aid if you live in New York and you go to a school in New York. So if you go to a school if you live in New York and let's say you go to school in California, you won't be eligible for New York aid. That's a New York thing. And then the institutional aid is you complete that through the CSS profile. And what's institutional aid? Institutional aid is the aid that you get from private schools. It's a specific aid that you get. Private schools do have a lot more money to aid their students that are the neediest to attend their institutions. So it's very important to always keep in mind to apply to private schools because you never know what that financial aid package might look like. And a lot of schools, I have here, approximately 200 schools, colleges, university, require the CSS profile if you want them to consider you for financial aid. So when you have your final list of the schools that you are definitely applying to, you need to double check that list with the CSS profile webpage to see if the schools on your list require the CSS profile. And if they do, you need to complete that third financial aid application so that they could consider you for their institutional aid that comes directly from them. So those are three sources, right? And then we could talk about the types of financial aid there is. And then the numbers here are annual allotments. So what types of financial aid do we have? So we have grants, scholarships, and loans. Grants is money that you don't need to pay back, right? It's like a scholarship, but grants tend to be need-based for the most part. So we get grants from the federal government. We get the federal Pell Grant, which is what you get when you complete the FAFSA. And the amount for that is between $106,345 that a student could get annually. There's also the FSEOG grant, the Federal Supplemental Education Opportunity Grant. That grant is from $100,000 to $4,000 that a student could potentially get annually. Then there's also federal work study, and this is where the students could get a job on campus, in the library, in the cafeteria, and they get a stipend, they get a paycheck. But this paycheck is not coming from the school, it's coming directly from the federal government. So work study is usually about $1,000 to $2,000 a year. And then if you live in New York and you're going to a school in New York, you can also get New York State TAP, and that is between $100 to $5,165. Okay. I also want to explain that undocumented students at this point are not eligible for federal aid, but if they are in New York, they are eligible for New York aid. And if they are applying to private schools, a lot of private schools have funds to help undocumented students attend their institutions. Then you have scholarships, right? So a lot of colleges and universities give student scholarships based on need, based on whether they're an athlete, based on academics. But then there's also outside scholarships. These are community-based scholarships from community-based organizations, from corporations, from religious institutions. Maybe your parents work in a company that have a fund that they award one student a scholarship every year, or you research another company that gives scholarships. So when it comes to outside scholarships that are not coming directly from the college, the students need to kind of do their homework and figure out where to find these scholarships. At the end of the presentation, I'm going to share a slide that has a lot of websites with that information. But for the most part, outside scholarships need to be researched by the students and applied to individually. So you're not going to get outside scholarships with the financial aid applications that you submitted to either the state government, the federal government, or your school, okay? Last but not least type of financial aid are federal loans. It is a type of financial aid because the federal government does give you these loans, so do give students these loans, despite the fact that they haven't developed any credit yet, and at a very low interest rate. So the loans are both loans are at 2.75 interest rate, which is a very low interest rate. And that's available for students that need that extra cushion, that maybe didn't get the whole package that they needed to attend that school, but really want to attend that school. A lot of students in this country or have student loans when they are attending an institution. And there's two types of loans. First, we have the federal direct subsidized loan. This loan is interest-free while you're in college, and the amount could increase every year. So the most that you get your freshman year is $3,500, and that could increase all the way to $5,500 by the time you graduate. You don't need to take out $3,500 if you don't need it. You could do something like $1,000 or $2,000. It depends on the financial aid package that you have. But the important thing to understand about this loan is that while you have this loan in college, you are not developing any interest, okay? Then you have the federal unsubsidized loan. This loan does charge you interest while you are in college. And the total amount that they let you borrow is only $2,000 for the 4 years. But again, if you do take this loan out, which many students also do take this loan out, you will be paying interest on that loan from the moment that they pay the school. Okay, so those are the different types of financial aid. So now that you're thinking about, so now that we thought about, we talked about the different types of financial aid, now we revisit the chart with the total cost of college, adding some of that aid in there, right? So when you add, so we'll look at this, the SUNY and the private. So when you add the total TAP and the total Pell, and then you add that you did get $2,000 in work study for both, and then you add that SUNY gave you another $2,000 and this private school gave you $23,000, which is something that's very common. This is the remaining amount that you're left with. And then you could decide how much of that you're going to put on a loan. Maybe you get a job and you could pay some of it off. But that's more or less what it looks like. A lot of students realize at the end sometimes getting an education at a public institution and at a private institution sometimes is almost the same amount of money, because the private gave them so much more. So that's why I always tell my students, just make sure you apply to everything, right? To the city schools, to state schools, and to some private schools, because you never know what financial aid package is going to make the most sense for you at the end. Okay, so I hope this was clear and you gained some insight into the financial aid world of applying to college. It's not as scary as it seems. So last but not least, I'm just going to show you some resources that I always share with my families that they could start using. It's basically online resources. So what I ask is that if you do have a camera and you want to take a picture of the screen, you should do that and then Google some of these that might be of interest to you later on. So I'll give you a second to take out your camera if you have it on your phone. So this first one is DACA resources. CUNY has a lot of DACA resources that students could follow up on. And then the last 3 sites have information on scholarships, but also information in general for students that are DACA that want to attend college. This slide is a popular one. Parents always take a picture of this slide. So this is just a list of websites that offer scholarship, that have information about scholarships, that lead you to scholarships. So I always tell my students to just check through all these sites and see what they find, because you never know. If you want to get scholarship, you kind of have to do some homework around it, right? So you have to research, you have to apply. So there's always a good one that parents use. So I hope you took a picture of this one. I'm going to move to the next slide. These are online resources that the students could use when applying to college. So these are different sites that kind of counsel students in these efforts. So it's like a virtual online counselor, you could say. And students sign up, they create an account, and then they get tips, they get articles, all the different types of information around the process of applying to college. These are the financial aid applications that I spoke of. So that's the website for the CSS profile. That's the website for the FAFSA, the federal aid. That's the New York State TAP website. The DREAM Act application is the New York State DREAM Act gives undocumented and other students access to New York State administered grants and scholarships that support their higher education costs. So if you are an undocumented student living in New York State, it is super important that you submit the DREAM Act so that you could get that New York State aid. these are some college access organizations that do some of this work, that take students by the hand and help them step by step in this college going process. And that was the end of this presentation. There will be a survey shared in the link in the chat. If you would be so kind as to complete the survey and let me know your thoughts of this workshop. And then also the survey is going to ask you if you would like to receive more information or if you had any questions, so that you can reach out to me. And last but not least, thank you so much for attending. You have, my name is there, email, the website. Also, if you want to join us through text, you could text HF College to the number 40649, and you'll be aware of some of the other programs that we're offering at Hispanic Federation. Thank you so much for attending. I hope you found this engaging, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the fair. Back to you, Damaris.
Muchísimas gracias, Perla. Another great workshop. There we had it. Perla Rodriguez, Director of Education Program at Hispanic Federation. Our partners in this virtual fair, Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad. The Hispanic Federation has set up a survey to receive your feedback on this and their workshop. So please visit their virtual booth and leave your comments. And I also remind you that in the box below, you can leave your comments and questions. I promise to be reading them. Sometimes they disappear so tiny that they skip me while I'm giving you all this information here all at once. But I want to remind you, am I freezing? They tell me that I'm freezing. Let's see. I'm going to remind you that everyone has the opportunity to be a part of this, the prizes that we have available, including a $500 gift card to help you start your college career. That's right, $500, and that will go a long way with purchasing books and anything else that you need. So please register at the Univision booth to win, okay? All the rules and regulations are explained right there, and you also have the opportunity to have a one-on-one session with talents from Univision. That's right. One lucky winner is going to be selected every day. So remember, we're here today, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. And you'll have the opportunity to have a private chat with a member of the Univision family, including Adriana Vargas, news anchor from Univisión 41, Noticias Univisión 41, Lourdes Estefan from Sal y Pimienta, un programa que nos mantiene ahí al tanto de todo lo que está pasando every Sunday. Migbelis Castellanos, quien fue nuestra belleza latina y la vemos en Enamorándonos. Y por supuesto, mi gran hermano, que lo quiero muchísimo, Brea Frank, de La Gozadera, a show that airs every morning on la X 96.3 FM. Every single morning, Monday through Friday. So if you haven't checked them out, please do so, because you're missing out on a lot of fun and a lot of opportunities to win great prizes. So to participate, all you have to do is visit the Univision booth. We're going to pause now just for a few minutes. So go grab a cup of juice, a water, make a few phone calls, send a few text messages, and come back shortly. Don't disconnect, because we have a lot more information to share with you. Vamos a ver si tengo algunas preguntitas por acá. Voy a estar mirando de vez en cuando a ver, porque quiero interactuar con todos ustedes. Dice, thank you for your time, Stephanie Moreno Quiñones. Un saludo muy especial para ti, Stephanie. A ver, Marta dice, ¿cómo puedo entrar a la universidad y estudiar inglés al mismo tiempo? Bueno, Marta, te recuerdo que mañana, por ejemplo, tenemos todo el día va a ser en español, todos los workshops. Y también dentro de los kioscos, ahí hay información de cómo puedes estudiar y aprender inglés a la misma vez. Tenemos algo para todo el mundo y queremos que todos aprovechen esta gran oportunidad que les estamos dando. Y para nosotros es tan importante y es un honor formar parte de esta decisión, de este proceso de ustedes, que es algo que yo sé que lo van a apreciar por toda la vida. Una educación es algo inigualable y algo primordial y completamente necesario para ser exitoso en la vida. Así que ahora vamos a hacer una pequeña pausa y vamos a regresar con Latino College Expo para padres, para todos que están aquí con nosotros. So you don't want to miss this. We're going to come back in a few, okay? Our very next workshop with our next presenter, Latino College Expo on parents as parents in the college process. So you don't want to miss this out. We'll be right back.
Bienvenidos a Univisión Contigo, rumbo a la universidad. Sesión de talleres informativos. Con ustedes, Damaris Díaz.
And just like that, we are back. So I thank you for joining us and I welcome you once again if you are just logging on to Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad. Así, nuestra primera feria virtual. Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad, because we want to be a part of this journey with you. We are here in day one of our series of workshops. On one side of the screen, you are going to see a list of the discussions for each of the sessions, and we really hope that you can join us along the way. We've had two very helpful and very thorough, very informative sessions already today. We learned so much about financial aid, about scholarships, about loans, and we're going to keep learning all day long because that's what we're here to do. And please take notes. There's so much information and it's hard not to keep it all in your head. So please take notes as you go along, do some screenshots. We encourage you to do that. We also encourage you to leave your questions and comments in the box below. We're going to be reading them throughout. And let's see, the studies show that greater parental involvement equates to greater student achievement in school. And it's so important in standardized testing and so many other areas. The past year has added to the disparity in college attainment. And with all the challenges presented by COVID, the importance of family engagement is even more essential now than ever. So this next session will be led by the Latino College Expo, an organization that brings a wealth of experience, 30 plus years in areas of educational consulting, high school access, college guidance, financial aid advocacy, parental involvement, and professional development for educators and the community. So please join me in welcoming Antonio Aponte, founder of Latino College Expo. We also have Damaris Mercado, mi tocaya, directora of programming. And also we have Amparo Silva. So welcome you all, please. Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad. Les da la bienvenida a todos.
Gracias.
Hi.
Let's see, can we hear you all? I want to test. Let's see, a ver. ¿Cómo? Amparo, ¿me escuchas?
Sí, te escucha muy bien. Yo estoy bien.
A ver, y ustedes están escuchando a Amparo. A ver.
Se oye.
Antonio.
Okay.
Y Damaris.
Sí, aquí estoy.
Okidoki. Bueno, la audiencia es toda suya.
Okay. Espera un minuto, tengo un little feedback. So voy a mover aquí.
Bien. Ya no se oye nada, Tony. Estamos bien.
¿Me ven ahora?
Sí, perfecto.
Okay. I want to welcome everybody. Welcome to this session entitled Parents as Partners. What's most important is that in this process that parents, you don't realize, or students don't realize, they think they run the show. They think they are making all the decisions, and they are because you want them to. But without you being part of the process, the outcome is not going to be successful. And what we're going to talk about now is some of those tips and some of those areas that can help benefit you with the process. And we have, let me say a little background about our speakers, and this is the agenda here. So we're going to start with probably sharing a little bit about our story. So you see and hear that you're in good hands. My name is Antonio Aponte, and I've been involved in college access for over 30 years. About 30 years ago, I founded the Latino College Expo, which is really a mission and a labor of love to educate the community and elevate their aspirations for college success. But really, the Expo started because of parents. Because when I was doing college admissions and I would go to fairs, I would notice parents were not as engaged and were uncomfortable in asking questions. And sometimes that hurt the child. I was working at a school in Westchester College, State University. I was working at a high school fair in the Bronx. And if any of you guys are from the Bronx, you would realize it's really about 40 minutes, a half hour away. And they were, I cannot say too far. And they didn't realize that the school was in Westchester. So that kind of triggered and dawned upon me that parents are not as knowledgeable. Now, this was 30 years ago. A lot has changed, and parents have become much more versed, much more educated, but they still need to be better versed in the process. So that's how the expo started. So every year we put together a large fair with about 100 colleges, workshops, thanks to Damaris Mercado and obviously Amparo, who's been supporting us through Syracuse University. A little plug, all three of us are alums. So it's the Syracuse Orange Day today. But that was really the birth of the expo, really to kind of connect parents and students with the process as early as possible. And now I'll let Damaris tell her story.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon or good morning, wherever you may be.
Muted. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. I'm Damaris Mercado, and I've worked with Latino College Expo for about 8+ years, helping to put the leadership summit together, coming in from a parent's perspective. As you can see on the screen, it reads that I am and have been a very proud single parent, and I've helped both of my sons through the college process. And what a journey it has been. There's definitely been a lot of trials and tribulations and discovery of all the things needed in order to get them into school, navigating financial aid, navigating applications, navigating school visits, navigating a lot of information that their high schools also were not sharing, and maybe they didn't even know themselves, that I had to figure out along the way. And so my journey led to a professional journey in being able to help many other parents and guardians as well, by being able to produce a number of workshops and seminars and working with Antonio for the expo. And I've been an advocate for education for my students, for my children and other students since before kindergarten, and being involved in being a PTA president and school leadership team representative and chair of diversity committee and leading the auctions. So key to this process is being involved in your child's education as much as possible, not being a helicopter parent, but being involved as much as possible and being in communication with your guidance counselors, with schools. And we'll talk more about some tips as we go through this. But just to let you know that my background has been as a very involved parent, my coupling that with my professional background in producing and being a wellness and educational advocate. So I pass it over to you, Amparo.
Thank you so much, Tony and Damaris. It is such a pleasure to be here sharing this space with you. And I have to say that, yes, we bleed orange and we are shameless, right, in passing on that information. Syracuse is an amazing place, and of course, we love it. As Tony and Damaris told you, my name is Amparo Silva. I'm the Director of Global Partnerships for Syracuse University. And I've had the great pleasure of spending, I would say, most of my adult life as a professional with Syracuse University, as I've been with Syracuse for about 35 years. I know it's gone in a flash. And I have had the pleasure of knowing Damaris for a very long time and Tony for about 30 years, with the inception of the College Expo, which I participated on early on when you started with this project of love for our community. And I have to say that one of the things that I'm really proud of, I don't have any kids, but I have a friend that says I have thousands of kids, as I have helped probably thousands of students and parents maneuver through the very difficult college search process and the admissions process, and just navigating through this entire process, which can be very confusing. It creates a lot of anxiety in the families. And that's why I think it's so critical for us to do this workshop and give our wisdom and share our information with parents that may be here today, because it is a matter of knowledge, communication, research. There are so many tools that you are going to have to use in order to navigate this process successfully. And I always say at the end of the process, when you are already at the end, when you've selected the college or university you want to go to, parents and students still love each other and are doing this together, then you've succeeded, right? Which is the key point here. It is not easy, but it's not that difficult. And one of the good things that I can share with you is that if you have, you're all going to be in different places. You're going to have students who know what they want to do and have prepared well. Your sons or daughters may be in a position where they're undecided and very confused. And you have sometimes multiple children, right? And some are very different than the next. So one of the things that we'll also discuss, hopefully, as we talk on the themes that we're going to share with you today, is, how to be successful in navigating all of that. And hopefully we have a lot of experience among the three of us, and I hope we can share so much with you. Thank you for having me, and I'll be happy to elaborate a little more as we go on with the workshop. Thank you.
I hope you take notes, parents. I hope you really absorb all this information, because like I said, the more you're invested, the greater the outcome. Just a little bit about the Expo again, because it has been 30 years of this labor of love, but it really has been the birth of really bridging the gap between the Latino community and higher education. While that's always been taking place, when you think 30 years, a lot has evolved over the time. And we're ready for the new journey to move forward with new challenges. But the Expo started to elevate again the educational aspirations of the Latino community and all youth. And it is the longest running college fair in New York City, and averaging about 100 colleges, community-based organizations. And we're going to touch upon that, because community-based organizations are organizations that provide other services, other wraparound services, around education, around health, around guidance, around immigration, around many other factors that can help fill your child's resume when he or she looks to college as an option, because it's very important to bring a wealth, an array of experiences, and you can gather that at community-based organizations. And also the Leadership Summit, which was a brainchild of Damaris to help really hone that aspect of the event. So it's not just colleges, but also meeting organizations and learning all the nuggets and steps that you need. And with her background in production, it really helped to really fine tune this aspect and bring an array of tremendous speakers, tremendous individuals to just share everything from A to Z. And we try to cover holistically all the challenges that parents can have and will have. For instance, oh, you're gonna walk by. For instances, LGBTQ students, immigration challenges, sports, and understanding the different variety of sports and divisions that students can look at, arts, health and wellness. All of this is covered because it's a total package in this process. So with that, I think we'll just go right into some of our talking items. As you can see here, some of the goals and discussions. The first one, we'll just go one by one, but the first one, and we'll speak on that, is understanding the impact of COVID-19 in the college process. And I would love Amparo to kind of start it off, because she has definitely experienced that as an admissions person that she is and professional with the college process. And while I believe things are getting better, it has definitely changed the landscape and the way colleges are going to approach admissions. And I think it's important for you to understand that.
Of course, Tony. So the first thing that I have to say is that we feel for the students who graduated last year, for the students who had to come to our campuses with all types of restrictions, which was critical in doing that. But, you know, we've been successful in having our classes in person, which I think is just amazing to be able to do under the circumstances. From the perspective of an applicant, this was a very difficult year. But interestingly enough, it's also been a year where you've had some concessions made, right? One of the concessions was that lots of colleges and universities made the SATs and the ACTs optional this year. So that was critical. And if you have heard some of the news about colleges and universities, the majority of colleges and universities experience a record number of applications, which is really interesting, right? Which means that even in the middle of a pandemic, the families and the students were seeking out for opportunities. And we're so grateful that they've been able to do that. It has been difficult. In a year of a pandemic, there are several pieces to the application which were so well discussed in the previous workshop, actually, and I don't want to go too much into that. But one of the things that has become very difficult is for students to do any type of activities. Because when colleges and universities are looking, I apologize for that, guys. When colleges and universities are looking for students, we are looking for students who do not only have the credentials academically, right? But we're looking for leadership, extracurricular activities, etc. So those are the things that we were able to, I would say, not excuse, but really sort of communicate in a way that the students were able to tell us what their circumstances were. So if you did not have the opportunity or the ability to do sports this year, to participate in community service projects, et cetera, those are the things that are really critical. And we were able to understand that, right? So there are pieces that were easier for you this year. We are clearly hoping that next year will be different. I must say, though, that even within the pandemic, there are students who were so creative in establishing community service projects and doing tutoring, in sort of overpassing the pandemic hurdles, right? And still being useful in their community and being leaders in their community. So those are some of the things that we have to learn. But do know that colleges and universities understand the situation. We also understand your particular situations. So when colleges and universities look at you, they're going to be looking at not only the context of who you are, but the context of who you are within what is happening in our world. And I believe we're all very sensitive to that. And we'll continue to elaborate on this. But one of the things that I always recommend is that you connect with with the schools that you're interested in. Connect with us, right? We're people, we're admissions people. And you want to know from us some of the details, some of the guidelines, some of the facts that will help you to select that college or university. So personal contact, information, research are critical in what you're going to be doing.
Yes, that's very important. Thank you, Amparo, for sharing that. I mean, I just want to put a few sentences. The Latino College Expo also supports students in high school, because before you get to college, obviously you have to finish high school and you have to do well. But there's a lot of parallels, and what this pandemic has opened up for us, and in some ways, I think it's an advantage for your child, is that now your story matters, your story counts. And normally a lot of colleges are caught up with numbers, and now the story takes on even a greater importance in the selection process. So that's why it's important for you and your child to really be engaged in the community, share your story, obviously in your essay, but right now it is a big piece of who you are, because this past 12 or 10 months or 12 months has been just a blur and full of fear and so many uncertainties. And colleges understand that and are sensitive to that, but you need to share that with them to really connect the dots. And that's really something that COVID-19 has done. Damaris, anything before?
I think I speak a little bit more from what's considered the success side, right? That is, as a parent, where your child is already in school and needing to continue. So there might be some of those out there, some of you parents out there. But even when you're thinking about the access, right, and trying to get your child into school, this pandemic looks like it may continue, right? And so if you're looking for this upcoming year or even years to come, this pandemic, COVID-19, I think has taught us some valuable lessons around community, around outreach, around seeking help, around maybe helping your kids to understand self-advocacy, right? Because as you're working, whether you're working from home or working outside of the home, there's only so much that you can do to find out certain answers from schools or from guidance counselors. And it's important to encourage your child to speak up for themselves, to tap into their advisors, to tap into maybe other adults who can help with the process and find out information. Because your child might be on campus next year, or they might not be in campus next year, right? So those are some things to also, when you're in the process, to ask as you're navigating and as you're visiting with schools, or you're going to info sessions, if and when you can get back on campus, or if you're going to virtual info sessions, is to also ask about some protocols that they have in place regarding not only this pandemic, but maybe future occurrences, right? And how families are kept informed, right? And how students are handled, how situations are handled on campus. Because they may be nearby, they may be far away, they may be out of the country, as is what's happened to my son while he was away and studying abroad. He got caught in London and was able to make it out in time to make it back to the United States before the gates closed. And it was a hectic situation. So, but so think about some questions that you would like to present to admissions representatives around the events of emergency. So I think that that's something important to consider regarding that topic.
Thank you, Damaris. Mute it. Can you mute?
Yeah, I'm muted.
Okay, I'm hearing a. So that's a great segue into the next bullet point. Understanding your role as a parent, as an administrative assistant, and what does that mean? When you think about an administrative assistant, it's someone who helps keep someone organized. Really looks to make sure they connect the dots, meet their appointments, have their schedule organized in the sense that they know. Make a phone call at 3 o'clock. You have an interview at 5. You have a meeting at 6. That you meet your deadline, and that's kind of a role that you need to play with your child. They are busy doing their work, and they should be an administrative assistant and organized for themselves. But you want to make sure that you're still overseeing, not overburdening them, but overseeing that and being someone that's going to support that. You know, and not miss these deadlines, because school like Syracuse is very popular and many applications. And you miss a deadline, it's very hard to come back and make it up. So you don't want to miss the boat, as they say. And so being an administrative assistant for your child is very important. I think Damaris can speak a little bit on that. And obviously there's administrative side with schools, but schools are depending on you and your child to make sure it's not their responsibility. They provide the information, but it's your responsibility and your child to meet those deadlines, to put all the pieces together, the essay, the recommendations, the schedule of visits, whether they're virtual or live, really organize a master schedule, standardized tests, everything. And you can work together with them, and it could be a fun project and an important project to work together with them, just helping them see the big picture and making sure everything's in order. And that's a major, major role that you can play. Anyone want to lead to that, or not? We can go on.
No, I would actually like to say something. So there's really a fine line, and I think it leads us into our next topic in a couple of minutes, right? There's a fine line between being the administrative assistant and just sort of taking over. So one of the things that I advise, and you know, guys, we've been doing this like forever, and we see all kinds of stories, right? But what I advise families is the first thing they need to do is they need to sit down together as a family. It's really critical, right? It's critical that you sit as a family and talk to your child and find out what plans they have. What are they thinking? You know, what are my goals academically? Where do I want to go? What kind of a setting do I want to study in? There's so many factors that go into that. And then sort of draw some guidelines, right, on how we are going to do this. The other critical piece is you have to meet with the counselor at the high school. But once you've done all that, then you can assign, and you have to get really organized. The success to this process is being organized and having information. Information is critical. So if you have information, it's going to help in all the other facets of what the students and the families are going to do. But I've seen the extremes where parents basically take over. Damaris mentioned the helicopter parent. And I've seen the extremes where parents do not take any part of the process. So either one is wrong. You have to be in some sort of middle kind of situation, right? Facilitating the process, being informed in the process, but at the same time, allowing your child, your son or daughter, to take ownership, which brings us to the next one, right? And that's a fine line. But it's critical that you keep a balance within that fine line of who's going to do what, when are we going to do it. I'm old school. I say make charts of everything, right? And put deadlines, put assignments, when, how, where. Are you going to have an interview? When are you going to do that? Or do you have to put something together? Do you have to mail something? And keep records of everything you are doing, because in the workshop before this one, they mentioned, apply to 6 or 8 universities. Some students do much more than that. So you want to keep it together. You want to know if you're talking about a particular university, you can go back to your information and see what you've done, what you haven't done. And parents and students need to be in the same page. They need to know what they're doing. There's nothing worse. I had conversations with parents recently. The parents know what they did with financial aid. The students don't know what they've done in financial aid, or the other way around. So it's critical that there's communication and balance in the assignment of the responsibilities.
I want to say a few things, or speak to a few things that you mentioned about it, which were all great. And I think that another way to help organize is to see, we're very visual in our home. And so having charts, like you said, but you know how they have those big desk calendars, or even you can print out from your computer. In the Apple, you have the iCal where you can print out blank calendars. Well, we got the desk calendars and tore out the sheets of each month and put them on the wall, really big, to write in dates where there were virtual info sessions. Now it's virtual, but we had actual sessions we were going to on campus, or maybe a local information session or something you can see online, so that everything is there, because that will also help to eliminate a lot of questioning of your child, right? So in order to partner as best as possible, it's figuring out maybe a specific day of the week that you will check in and speak about this process, and not every single day and driving your child crazy along the way, but really choosing a specific day of the week and an hour to check in, so that it's not every time you're in the car, or every time you're on the train, or every time you're on the bus, or every time you see each other, but giving the space to for all parties to tend to assignments that need to be done, whatever those assignments are. But I do suggest getting a calendar that you put up on the wall so that you can see things written down. And yes, some people use the Google calendars and everything, but I find getting it out of the devices and actually on a wall, and maybe you can color code it, is a different experience. And I find that it helped us to organize a little bit better. So that's just a couple tips right there.
Yeah, that's
Tony, you're muted.
And that's important. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you both of you for what you shared. It's so important. But that leads into the next bullet point about the financial realities of college. Previously at the workshop, if you attended by the Hispanic Federation, they put up a chart on schools, the cost of a state university, a CUNY, a private, just to give you an idea. But you saw the disparity in numbers. And that's a reality. Numbers are real. But there are a lot of opportunities, and we'll talk about that later. Don't let numbers scare you, number one, because there are a lot of resources out there to bridge that gap. But as a face value, when you look at those numbers, those are real numbers. And you as a family have to self-assess where you are and then understand how that can work for you or even against you. And that we'll talk about that too in terms of different programs that are out there, and people can chime in on that. So
don't let that stop you, and allow your family and your child to dream, because you'll never know what is going to happen in terms of opportunities, right? Also, in the prior workshop, you heard about the applications for financial aid, etc. And everybody has a different situation, right? So it is quite possible that although university may be very expensive, and one of the things that I think a lot of families don't realize is that there's such disparity in terms of costs, right, for colleges and universities. We can go from 10,000, 20,000 to 80,000, 85,000 a year. And yes, it sounds scary, right? But the issue is that there are going to be lots of students who are going to receive scholarship money, grant money, financial aid money, and they're able to attend these colleges and universities that may cost a lot of money to attend. So don't let that stand in the way. Don't let the cost tell you that you shouldn't apply to a particular place, because remember that a huge percentage of students that attend colleges and universities in the US do it with financial aid assistance. And so if you have that opportunity, you are going to be fine, right? You don't know until you apply. There is a really cool tool in most of the financial aid websites for colleges and universities. And I believe it's called a net calculator. And you can actually go into the net calculator and start figuring out what is going to be the family contribution for that particular institution. Do not take that information at heart, because it could change, because that does not include things like scholarships, etc. So, but look into it, and then of course, you need to meet deadlines and file all the forms necessary, because colleges and universities are attainable no matter how expensive they are, but there are some realities. There are students who are not going to qualify for scholarships. There are students who are not going to qualify for financial aid. And those are going to be the difficult situations in a family, right? If you're not getting any of those, then how do you finance an education? And education is an investment, but it's an investment that you have to do wisely. And so it goes into so much more than that. That's why I'm glad that we're having financial aid workshops, that we're doing them in Spanish and English. It is critical. It is such an important decision, and it is a huge investment. And some parents will do anything for their son or daughter to go to the university of their choice. But remember, their options and choices and opportunities.
Yeah, Damaris?
So it's definitely been a journey, the financial aid process. And I am thankful that, my youngest is now about to graduate next month, the end of May. And, did receive, both of my sons received a number of scholarships and grants and some loans in the mixture of everything. And like Amparo was saying, it's, there's many opportunities for students, and some schools will give you more money than other schools. And in the previous workshop, I believe Perla had mentioned about the CSS profile as well as the FAFSA. And so those are two very important applications to know about. The FAFSA is the base, right? That's the basic one to apply for any kind of financial aid and scholarships and grants, or have any access at all. So that's something you can even start looking at now, even though schools are not going to be taking it till later. But familiarizing yourself with some of that process and the questions that are being asked and doing your research to know what schools might need the CSS profile, because not all the schools require that. And you'll find that the schools that do give the most money are the schools that are going to require that particular financial aid application. And that is a much lengthier application. And that is one that you might need more counseling around and some help with. So I would say start familiarizing yourself with financial aid. Look at colleges' websites, their financial aid departments, find out the different scholarships that they might be offering as well within their institutions, and then also do searches for websites that offer financial aid. There are a lot of great websites that offer scholarships and grants that you can apply for, whether they're $500, $5,000 or more. Just explore them and really get in the habit of making it an exercise that you can start on from now and not waiting till the last minute. That's one thing you don't want to do, is wait till the last minute. So that's all I have to say for right now.
Yeah, that's important.
Tony, I'm sorry,
I just want to say on this.
I want to add something on this because it's critical, right? So one of the things that this process requires is hard work and homework. There are lots of students who are aware of what is available to them through the colleges and universities and the FAFSA and the CSS, but they stop there. They don't do any more work on outside scholarships. And we all know that thousands of dollars go unused because students do not make an effort to look for outside scholarships. And as Amara said, they could be $500, they could be $1,000, they could be $200. It doesn't matter, but it's all additional money that you could potentially have. So the homework doesn't end when you're admitted to a school and when you have your financial aid package. It ends when you have applied to several outside scholarships as well. So encourage the parents to do that all the time. Have them fill out outside scholarships. There are small amounts maybe, but great possibilities.
Yes, and one thing real quick for the athletes, those that think they're athletes, there are 3 different levels of college athletics: Division I, Division II, and Division III. Division III does not provide sports scholarships, but they could definitely substitute a lot of academic and a lot of merit scholarships. So to understand that, Division II offers scholarships. Division I definitely offers scholarships, but you have to be a very competitive player, and it doesn't happen that I feel like I can play Division I. If you're not playing on a high level now in high school or in the circuit called the AAU circuit, chances are that a school like Syracuse does not know who you are and will not need to know who you are. They pick from the top in the country. So just pick things realistically. And even those athletes, I had one athlete who wanted to play at a school like Syracuse, but got into a school like Wesleyan, which is a tremendous Division III school. Said no to Wesleyan because he wanted to see if he can get a chance to play at a D1 school. That never transpired. Fortunately, he still had Wesleyan as the option, and he went to Wesleyan, and he played for 4 years, and now he's actually coaching at a major college called University of Tennessee in basketball. But it was because of his experience at Wesleyan and becoming the leading scorer at Wesleyan, and the contacts really built that. And the final thing is start early. If we have seniors there, obviously it's right now. But if you're a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, build those relationships. Let colleges know that you're interested. Ms. Amparo, while she handles thousands, those that are always maybe emailing her, and saying, I'm really interested, or I have a question, eventually she's a human being. She'll remember that. And that can play a role in terms of seeing that you're truly interested in that school and that they'll do their best. Colleges are not there to deny you. They want to accept you. You just have to give them the information and that they need in order to make that decision a reality. And all of this you've heard right now, the last 4 subjects, is probably getting everybody antsy. So that leads into managing stress, the stress that occurs. And I'll let Damaris, our stress expert or de-stress expert, start the process of talking about that aspect of stress that exists for both the entire family.
Thank you for that segue there. Yes, it's definitely it definitely was a very stressful time. And so much so that it led me to starting a wellnesswednesdayweekly.com. If you can check that out, where I have lots happening there around wellness and de-stressing. But anyhow, I think, you know, as a parent, and also in a number of the workshops that I had put together, you know, stress, each person interprets differently, right? So as we might be hyper in our way of experiencing that, our blood pressure might raise, we might feel anxious, and for others, they might retreat, right? So it's recognizing what that means in your family dynamic. And that's why conversation is very important. That's why the weekly check-ins at the minimum are really important to do, to have that dialogue, to find out what's working, what's not working, what feels like too much, and what feels like you're not getting enough of, right? Or needs to happen a little bit more. And setting, as Amparo and I were talking about, setting, you know, having your charts and really becoming more organized as possible around the process will absolutely help to minimize as much stress as possible as well. So I encourage that, and also taking moments to breathe deeply, to inhale and hold it for a second and just exhale, and recognize that it's a process and you'll get through it. It might feel hectic at certain moments, and other times it might be great. Give each other high fives, you know, and celebrate your wins along the way. Celebrate when you get that essay done and completed, when you add another school to your Common App, when maybe you get a waiver, an application fee waiver from a school as well, or when you're able to do a virtual visit, or even get to visit a school on campus, or anything that happens along the way. Celebrate those accomplishments too, and recognize them for yourself and for your child, because I think that's also very important. A lot of times we tend to focus on negatives, but I think it's really important to focus on positives as much as possible too. And I think you'll have a lot of smiles happening in the home. So I don't know, Amparo, if you want to add anything for that.
I do, just quickly, because I know time is sort of catching up on us. You know, this is a process that is just a process, right? And what I like to say when I'm in front of parents and students, and I see hundreds of them, is each one of you is going to find the right place. Is going to find the place that you are going to go home for the next 4 or 5 years. Do not overstress. There's an institution for everyone. There's a place for everyone. There's a place where you're going to feel comfortable. And ultimately, your success as a student and as a parent guiding your student is not going to depend so much on the college or institution that you attend. It is critical because there's certain aspects that are helpful. However, you know, it's going to depend on the student involvement, soft skills, right? All these things that are going to be critical. If you can teach your children anything, is to be self-reliant, to communicate well, both in person and in writing. I always say in the age of communication, our kids are learning not to communicate well. And so communicating well really opens up doors of success. And if you have all those tools, you are going to be okay. So let the stress level die down a little bit, organization, homework, and you will all find a place for you that will be just fantastic for your son or daughter.
I see that our website was put in there, and it's important that you just take it down because a lot of this will be available to you at the website. If we can go on to the next slide, because I know we are short on time. So this is just really a set of resources, more general to SUNY and CUNY, but some of it's general to the whole process. Obviously, State University, City University, you click onto their website, and there's just an array of information there. And again, you can refer to the expo to assist in some of our services. The next slide. One that may be important to some members in the audience, because there's a lot more support around undocumented students. Don't let that be a fear. There is a lot more. New administration has made it much more comfortable for our undocumented students to get the right that they deserve to get an education. And I think, clicking on this really, even though it's sponsored by SUNY, it covers all aspects of DACA students and opportunities for undocumented students. Even a school like Syracuse is sensitive to that as well and provides services, no questions asked. And then I know our audience through Univision translates into the tri-state area. These are some resources here for New Jersey residents because it is a different state, different rules. And again, this is on our website. I don't want to get into detail, but really utilize the site to get more details. I don't know if there's another slide on this. Financial aid, we've touched upon it already. Perla touched upon it earlier. HESC, right there, we see hesc.ny.gov. It's a very informative website. Studentaid.gov. And again, they will cover Pell, TAP. And again, I'm just throwing these names and you're not familiar with them, but really go into the websites or go into those particular titles individually and you'll be able to gather information. You need to apply to financial aid. This is a big piece of this process and you cannot go around it. So really, really look into it and start early and understand what you need and what your child needs to get money out there to make it affordable. And then, and I'll let everyone say thank you real quick, but I just want to say thank you myself and say the Latino College Expo and our partner making it happen are working together to really alleviate and the stressors of this process and really bridge the gap and really inform parents across the board, Black, white, straight, gay, everyone. This is an inclusive mission that we have, but we do have a sensitivity to our Latino community to really understand the process and support parents with this. And with that, anything that I like to say thank you. And if everyone else can say a closing remark and we can take it from there.
So I guess I will go next, Damaris. Mil gracias a ti, Antonio, y a Damaris y a Univision, claro, por darnos esta oportunidad. Quiero decirles que obviamente yo estoy a sus órdenes. Tengo un kiosco de Syracuse aquí en esta feria virtual y tienen mi información y cómo comunicarse conmigo. Nosotros somos bilingües. Estamos muy interesados en ayudar a las familias que están interesados. De mi parte, no solo de Syracuse, sino cualquier pregunta en general, pueden contar conmigo y me encantaría tal vez poner mi información aquí para que se comuniquen conmigo. La voy a poner en el chat y la pueden compartir con ustedes. Gracias por todo.
So thank you very much for having me as part of this. And I welcome you to go to Latino College Expo or latinocollege-expo.org for more information and to keep tuned with regards to any upcoming seminars and events that we'll be having that will dive deeper into each of these topics that we spoke about today. So thank you very much. I wish you all the best on your journey as well. And from one parent to another, it's going to be okay. It's going to all be okay.
Gracias. Gracias.
Wow, that's excellent work. Muchísimas gracias, Antonio Aponte, Damaris Mercado, y Amparo Silva. Thank you so much for bringing that information to all of our everyone that's joined us here today, parents and students, and that constant reminder of how they have to tag team and really work together to make these decisions now that are going to impact the entire family for the rest of their lives. You know, these are crucial moments. Kids ending high school and entering college, or maybe a student that took a couple of years off and now is ready to embark in this journey. All this information that would have taken weeks, if not months, for someone to discover on their own, you all have brought it here to us. So thank you on the behalf of Univision for all of your efforts in this virtual fair and all that you do to help our students along the way. Like I said earlier, I wish that there was something like this when I was embarking in this journey myself over 20 years ago. It seems like only yesterday, but it's been 20 plus years. And I felt like I was going into it blind. So it's so valuable what you do. El empeño que ponen para traernos esta información, para ayudar a los padres a entender el proceso que hay que trabajar, the homework, the teamwork, the dedication and commitment that all of this takes, but it's all so worth it in the long run. So please be sure to contact them if you have any questions, and don't forget to visit the virtual booth from universities in our area. The booths will be available 24 hours a day, all weekend long until Monday. The representatives are there, available to answer any and all of your questions. And also remember to visit the Univision booth and register to win gift cards valued at $500 for high school students. Let me tell you, this money is going to go a long way when you have to start buying all of your books and get ready for your classes. Dinero, dinero, dinero es lo que tenemos en el booth de Univision para regalarles. Así que, por favor, entren al kiosco, regístrense para ganar estas tarjetas valoradas en $500 para los estudiantes de la high school. Así que ya lo saben, this is going to help you start your college path, and we want to be a part of that. So we're going to take a short break now, and in a few, we're going to come back with our next workshop. It's going to be Mapping Your Future, from college majors to career opportunities. Así que no se muevan porque ya regresamos en solo minutitos.
Bienvenidos a Univisión Contigo, rumbo a la universidad. Sesión de talleres informativos. Con ustedes, Damaris Díaz.
Hola, hola. And so we are back. I hope you're ready for more information porque aún nos falta mucho por cubrir. Hemos cubierto ya bastante, but we have a lot more coming. So let's continue with our workshop sessions for today, Friday, our very first day de esta feria virtual Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad. Today, students are entering a workplace unlike the generations before them, adding to the long process of the college application, now a pandemic that has redefined how students decide their future, choosing a career as the nation continues to navigate a health crisis, and this can be a real challenge. So for underserved students, it's imperative that resources are offered to choose a major and with career opportunities, right? This workshop will center on a no-limit map of how students can ask for help and also identify careers and majors that are going to be in alignment with their talents, their goals, and the long-term vision of success for each and every one of them. So attendees are going to have the opportunity to hear from current students on their own experience choosing a career path. And this is exciting because we've been listening to a lot of the professionals in the education field that have been guiding us all along. And now you're going to hear it from students like yourselves that are going through it right now. And I think this is a great tool. This is amazing to be able to tune into them. And let's see if we have any questions. I want to remind you that we have a space bar down here. Sometimes the ticker comes on with all the questions as I'm talking and then they disappear, but I really want to hear from you. I want to make this as interactive as possible. We have here Stephanie Moreno Quiñones. ¿A qué hora será el de mañana? Bueno, corazón, mañana empezamos a las 11 de la mañana y estamos todo el día hasta las 4, al igual que hoy, también el domingo y el lunes. Y el día de mañana será completamente en español. So all of our people that are with us here today, I want to remind you that tomorrow we start at 11 a.m. as well, and we go until 4, and that'll be the same for Sunday and Monday. But tomorrow's sessions are all going to be completely in Spanish. We have a lot of students that are saying, okay, si no hablo inglés o si estoy aprendiendo inglés, ¿qué hay para mí? ¿Puedo entrar a la universidad? Claro que sí. Y tenemos aquí un montón de información. Les invitamos que visiten todos los kioscos porque ahí hay información para todo el mundo, sin importar si hablan o no español, sin importar si tienen su estatus migratorio. Así que esto es para ayudarlos a ustedes. And to address the mapping of your future from college majors to career opportunities, we want to welcome Diana Cruz, Directora of Education Policy at the Hispanic Federation, and guests. The guests are 3 local college students, and here we have them, Brianni Henao. She's from, I'm going to say this wrong, Naugatuck Valley Community College in Connecticut?
Correct.
Oh, I said it right. We also have Christopher Chow, student at Queens College in New York. Nice. And we have Fatima Aviles. She's attending Western Connecticut State University. It's so nice to have you all here today. ¿Cómo están todos?
Bien.
Thank you so much, Damaris, for that presentation and introduction to our panel. We're very excited to be here today.
Oh, and we're excited to hear from you. So I'm just going to let you take it over, okay?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, once again, welcome to our session. Mi nombre es Diana Cruz. I am representing Hispanic Federation as the Education Policy Director. I cannot thank enough the students and our own staff that's going to be joining us today. But before we get to the panel and the questions around career development and how these students choose their own majors and now are kind of embarking on their career journey, I am going to do a brief presentation, kind of walking through our system of choosing a major and career, and then we will jump into our specific panel questions. So if you can go to the next slide. First of all, I just wanted to give a really quick introduction to who we are. So Hispanic Federation is a nonprofit that has embarked on building a membership agency across New York City, but also across different other states, including Connecticut, Florida, Washington, D.C., and even Puerto Rico. We particularly focus on working with our Hispanic and Latino community across the specific sectors of education, health, immigration, civic engagement, economic empowerment, and the environment. You can find us in the booth sections on the virtual, for the next 3 days if you have any specific questions around the work that we do, around the services that we provide. But I also wanted to give a shout out to the New York City Department of Education, the Division of the Multilingual Learners specifically, who will be presenting with me this presentation on Monday. So if you want to join us again on Monday at 2:00, we will be presenting along with our team, specifically talking about career development. So thank you again for being with us today. If we can go to the next slide. So now really talking a little bit about the agenda and where we're going to be focusing on right now, I want to talk about our current system and what is it that students are going through as they're choosing a major or a career. And then we're going to be talking a little bit about where do we want to be, specifically for students as they're looking for support systems on choosing a career in their future. I'll talk a little bit about where they can begin. What are some of the assumptions that goes into choosing a major or choosing a career? Steps that you can take right now on choosing a career, specific resources that we have available to you, and then finally, we're going to go into our student panel. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. So just talking a little bit about our current system, the reality is that most students right now are making choices on their future, particularly on the majors and careers, based on not fully and holistic resources. A lot of us, specifically when making a choice on college, are basing our information on what we already know, what's nearby, what maybe our friends are attending. And sometimes we don't think about what works for you. What is it that you need in terms of a college setting that actually works for you? When it comes to choosing a field of study or a major, a lot of us are not fully thinking about the long term of where that's going to take you, what kind of career opportunities that can give you. So we kind of just go into, okay, I want to do biology without thinking what possibilities a biology major can give you. When it comes to choosing an industry or a job setting, a lot of us graduate and we don't fully know what kind of jobs work for us. And as a first generation student, and I will tell you from my case, a lot of us, when we're given the opportunity to work, we take it as okay, this is the one chance I have to get this job, without necessarily thinking about, is this the right job for me? Is this where I fit the best? Is this where my talents are going to be valued and where I can grow? So a lot of us really need to think about, like, where do I see myself now? Where do I see myself 5 years? Where do I see myself in 10 years? So because there's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of things that we need to think about, many of us, when we start college and don't find those opportunities that are leading us into the careers that we want, many of us take a lot longer to graduate. And then more importantly, we take a lot longer to find jobs that are paying us what we deserve. So if we move to the next slide. So what we want to do is really think about what is the desired future in terms of choosing a major or career. How do we want to move forward in choosing this? One of them is actively exploring careers at an early stage, even middle school and high school. And this particular goes into just understanding what you enjoy doing. Do you enjoy working with people? Are you someone that's creative? You want to really understand, like, what are the different pathways, depending what you're good at, but also what you absolutely enjoy. So starting thinking about careers and industry at early stages is very important. When you move into the field of study and majors, sometimes what you want to do is think about, okay, well, I enjoy working with people. What kind of industries will give me that choice of working with people? What kind of industries are going to give me the space where I can go into being creative if I want to be innovative, if I want to create something new? And then finally, really moving towards like colleges and training programs that will map out, like, that will give you that opportunity. So really working towards like finding what kind of career you want, what kind of major do you want, and then finding a college that has that specific major. Again, sometimes a lot of us go to a college that's nearby or that other siblings or other friends are attending without even knowing if that college has what we want or what we actually need. Once you kind of step into this direction, a lot of times what you'll find out is that the more clarity you have, the faster you're going to graduate, the faster you may find jobs that fit your needs, and the more you're going to be willing to get into those spaces that are paying you a living or even above the living wage as you're moving forward. If we can move to the next slide. So looking at, sorry, we have to go. Can you go back one? There you go. Thank you. So really thinking about where do you begin to kind of choose a career? And as I was mentioning, this really starts in the middle high school, and by exploring, and more exploring, you really want to think about, what are the things that interest you? Are you someone that likes the sciences, or are you more artistic? What kind of things like catch your attention, especially in this past year that our education system completely changed? Where did you find yourself doing the most? How did you engage with people? What were some of the things that you wanted to explore and maybe you didn't have the opportunity of exploring, but that really catch your attention? Secondly, you really want to start building your skill set. And that goes into taking classes that are teaching you on how to build a resume, how to maybe potentially even engage in mocking interviews, in classes that are going to give you a little bit more of an opportunity for you to understand what is a career, what are the different careers that are available to you. And a lot of this are things that many high schools and many middle schools are already engaging in. But the more you start talking to people about this, the more you're going to know exactly what fits for you. And the third point is really matching those career interests into specific majors. So for example, when I was in high school, I was taking a psychology class, and that class gave me a lot of insight into understanding what a psychology major can give me for undergrad. So when I went into undergrad, I decided to major in psychology because my high school provided me opportunities to engage with that work. And then we'll talk to you a little bit about what it means in grad school, but also what does it mean once you graduate? Like, how do those majors and careers kind of move forward? And then finally, seek resources and support. You do not have to do this alone. There is a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of services that many of the people here in the virtual world are offering. And the great thing about this whole new virtual world is that you can get support from other states. California is doing a virtual setting that is providing opportunity for you to learn about careers. So definitely don't feel like you have to do this alone. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. So now specifically for majors, I do want to clarify that a major is basically a discipline that you're going to follow in college. But it can look like graphic design as a certificate. It can look like a biology major as an undergrad. It can even look like a master's program in education. So there's different types of majors, and it just means that you're specializing in a specific topic. There's some majors that will give you more flexibility and others that are very much aligned within a specific career. If you are a nursing major, for example, you are more likely to just become a nurse. Like, that is sort of the pathway. However, you do not need to do a nursing major to become a nurse, because you can also do a biology major as long as you're meeting the requirements that a nursing program requires. And so there's a little bit of flexibility here, but that's why it's so important to know what kind of career you're really looking for, so that the major kind of comes as a second thing that you're following. One of the things that I wanted to highlight is that some schools might require you to have a major as soon as you enroll. And so you do want to know the details of declaring a major. Is your school requiring you to have a major as soon as you start college? Or is there a year to 2 years flexibility? Some majors will require you to do prerequisite classes that you might have to take before you become a psychology major, a sociology major, or a chemistry major. So you really want to think about like what school you're attending, what school you want to attend, and what kind of school that will give you in terms of flexibility. Once again, I do want to emphasize this, and this is really my biggest advice: connect with others, ask questions, make sure that you're learning from others around their pathway in what they're doing, so that you can really kind of figure out what works for you as well. And then finally, one of the things that you want to look at is what from your immediate circle it's influencing you right now? What kind of resources you have at your disposal right now that can really help you understand more about majors and careers? And if you feel like there's nothing immediately, please come to us, because we definitely want to support you in learning more about how to develop your career, how to develop more thinking around choosing a major. So we are here for you to kind of figure all of those steps. If we can move to the next slide. And I wanted to just kind of speak on a couple of assumptions that many of us have around choosing a college or a career. One of them is that one general education course is sufficient to choosing a major. Many of us, when we embark on a college journey, we might take intro to biology, and then suddenly we say, okay, that's the major I want to become. That is all I want to do. One of my pieces of advice is, when you do that, is that look at the full pathway. Look at 2 years after that. What kind of classes would you be taking if you are a biology major? And does that resonate with you? Are those the classes that you see yourself taking if you do become a biology major? Sometimes the intro classes are so broad that they don't necessarily offer a lot of details. And so my advice is, look at a year 3 or year 4 on that specific major, and look at the classes that you would be taking to see if it still is something that fits your needs. And then again, obviously you want to potentially talk to other people that are in those specific majors to see if it is something you want to do. The other thing, and I know a lot of people have spoken about this, is that we sometimes kind of prioritize technical skills over soft skills. As an example, sometimes we think that, okay, I just need to be, as a graphic designer, I just need to be good at Photoshop and that's it. But the reality is that you might have to be good at your writing and communication to be able to get the message across. And so prioritizing the soft skills is also really important, so that you're able to learn the technical skills and then really kind of move forward in your career or major, depending on what you're doing. The other piece is really thinking about, sometimes we feel that there's a linear trajectory, that you choose a major and then you have your career and that's it. And the reality is that it's very zigzag, it's very up and down. I can tell you from experience that many people that I've met that have in a specific major do not end up doing that career, do not end up in that specific space. And that's okay, because you're learning, you are, you're kind of engaging in other opportunities that are pushing you to make the choices that you're making. As an example, I was a psychology major as an undergrad, and I wanted to become a psychologist. That was my pathway. That's what I wanted to do. But I started working in a lot of college prep programs in undergrad. And what that gave me, it gave me the opportunity to realize that actually education is really where I want to be, what I wanted to do. And so even though I did not do an education undergraduate program, I was able to still engage in that space. So definitely don't think that just because you have one major, that's the only career that you have an option to follow. So, and the last point, it kind of goes in that direction, that there's not just one option. You can combine majors. You could become a graphic designer as a major, but also have like a marketing minor that's giving you more skills. So I just want to make sure that you realize that there's not a one option and there's not a one way that you can follow all of this. If we can just move to the next slide. Thank you. So these are just final steps that you can take right now as you're choosing a major, as you're choosing a career. First of all, get to know yourself. Get to know what kind of personality, what kind of skills resonate with you, what kind of spaces you are learning the best. The more you know about yourself, the more you know about the spaces that you learn, the more you're going to be able to know what kind of career and pathways fit you. The other thing is that build a resume on LinkedIn. LinkedIn has completely taken over the world of careers and job development. Many people are getting jobs directly through LinkedIn. And so you want to make sure that your LinkedIn is up to date, because it is sort of the new way of getting more information out, learning from other people, and learning what kind of careers are available to you. The other thing is that, seek opportunities where you can job shadow individuals, even if they're 15-minute virtual meetings that you can do. What you want to do is hear from people on their day-to-day. Sometimes, for example, we might think, okay, I want to become a doctor. But when you talk to a doctor and they tell you what they do day-to-day, you want to know if that actually is where you see yourself, if that is something that you want to do. A lot of us sometimes have an idea of how a job is going to be, but when you do it, you realize that it might not be a good fit, or it might actually be. So the only way to know that is the more you ask questions, the more you engage with individuals, the more you're going to be prepared to know and make those choices for yourself. And the job shadowing can lead into potential career mentors. I know that having mentors is something that we benefit from, not only for career development, but also for even help on college applications, help on financial aid. And it's not easy. I think finding mentors is something that we all prioritize, but it's not easy. So I recognize that. But I think like if we can give you some tools on reaching out and finding mentors, that can really be a definitive and a life-changing step for you to learn what's available and what's out there. So finally, just seek internship opportunities and try to find jobs that align with things that you're interested in as much as you can. Again, I recognize that many of us have to work during college, and we may not always have the choice to work at places that align with what we want to do. But try to find what are those transferable skills that are going to lead you to the next step. If we can go to the next slide. And then finally, here's just a set of resources that we have available to all of you. We want to make sure that I believe Univision is going to be sharing the resources. And so we hope to engage with that. However, we are also going to have a virtual booth. And so we hope that you join us there so that we can answer many of your questions as we move forward. But with that, can we go to the next slide? And so I would like to bring in the students on board. Thank you once again for joining me today. Brianna, Christopher, and Fatima, thank you so much. I know that there's a question on the screen. There's a question on the screen that I don't see.
Yeah, it says, Jeffrey S., are there any need-based scholarships for Hispanics in NYC?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know that you had a conversation on financial aid, and there is absolutely a lot of scholarships available, particularly for Latino students. We have a number of links. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can add them right now, but if you come to our Hispanic Federation booth, we will be able to kind of give you some of that. But yes, there's absolutely a lot of scholarships available. And I know that Amparo and the Latino Expo team was mentioning that it doesn't stop once you fill out the FAFSA. It doesn't stop once you fill out the DREAM Act. The scholarships really do make a difference. And so I want to make sure that that's available to all of you. I will add the link in a second. But once again, welcome to the students, Fatima, Christopher, and Brianna. Thank you again today. We wanted to start with our panel, and first of all, can we introduce yourselves? Can you tell me a little bit about who you are, what college you're attending or you attended, and why did you choose that specific college? What kind of drive you there? And we can start with you, Fatima. I think you're muted, Fatima.
Can you hear me? Well, thank you so much, Diana. My name is Fatima Avilés, and I graduated in 2017 from Western Connecticut State University in Danbury, Connecticut. I graduated with a bachelor's degree in psychology, and at first I wanted to attend Western because it has one of the best nursing programs in Connecticut, actually, and I wanted to become a nurse. But then as I took more classes and I took advantage of the different mentoring programs that Western offered, I fell in love with psychology and I decided to change my career to it.
Right. Thank you, Fatima. I mean, a great example into like starting with a vision and then completely changing it afterwards, after you kind of learn a little bit more about what happens. Exactly. Christopher, you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and the school you're attending and why did you choose that school?
Can you guys hear me though?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to Queens College, and originally I didn't choose Queens College. Fresh out of high school, I went to John Jay for a semester because I was going to do criminal justice, and then, realized it's not what I want to do.
Christopher, can you tell us a little bit about what made you realize that you didn't want to do criminal justice? I think we just lost Christopher. Brianni, do you want to go ahead and tell us about, who you are, the college you're attending, and then we'll get back to Christopher in a second.
So hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. So my name is Brianni, and the college I'm attending now is Naugatuck Valley Community College. It's in Danbury. And I chose NVCC was for financial reasons. It was more convenient for me to afford and pay for school. Another reason would be that community college offers smaller class sizes, which is great for students to find more attention and one-on-one with their professors. And finally, the class scheduling. It works, but there's more classes offered at different timings, which works for students that either work or have a family they have to take care of.
Thank you so much, Brianni. I love that you kind of give it a very clear step into what made you decide that college. And a lot of it is, obviously financial aid. I know that that's something across the board. And I just want to emphasize that as students are thinking about financial aid and what colleges fit their needs, specifically look at their majors, look at their careers. Does that also align with what you want to do in the future? So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Christopher's going to be able to get back to it, but we will move to the next question. And actually, Brianni, I do have a question for you. What kind of programs before you enter college to choose a major really supported you, specifically in high school and middle school, to one, make the choice to go to college, and then two, any support in terms of choosing a major or career?
So a program that supported me while entering college, I don't know if it's a program, but it's something that really helped me choose my major, was in middle school, entering 6th grade. So it was a really hard time transitioning. My parents were going through a rough divorce. So it's like I was very sad. Like I didn't want to learn. I didn't want to talk to anyone. So I was meeting with the counselor. She's actually a social worker as well. And I would meet with her twice a week. I was able to speak to her. She would help me with any problems that I had, was always there, someone I can trust. And from there, like, she's an angel, and that's someone I look up to till this day. And that's what made me choose becoming a social worker.
Wow. Yeah, a very personal story here. And I think that that's what a lot of us, when we're thinking about careers or pathways, it's influencing, right? Like what in my history, it's influencing me to become a lawyer, to become a nurse, to become a business owner, all of those things. Fatima, do you want to share with us a little bit about your journey in high school and middle school, and specifically even in college? Like what kind of got you to choose the career that you have right now?
Well, yeah, I will actually like to share with you that I came to this country when I was 15 years old from Mexico, and I went straight into freshman year of high school. I did not know any English, so one of the first things that I did was to focus on learning English through the ESL program available where I was studying. But once I became a junior, I was accepted into the CNA program that the high school offered. I loved the work there. I asked my counselor to guide me to become a nurse because through the CNA program, we were able to shadow nurses at the hospital, nurses at a nursing home, nurses at a hospice care house. And I really liked it. I wanted to help people. I wanted to become a nurse. And my counselor guided me to take AP classes and also apply to different scholarships to help me pay for tuition. Because I was involved in all of these things, I also took advantage of the after-school clubs, and also I volunteer a lot at nonprofit organizations that my community had, like the Hispanic Center, where I became a mentor at the AmeriCorps college program. So that also helped me make connections to get a good job and apply for internships that could help me get into college. You know, college looks at everything that you do, not just your grades, but volunteer opportunities. If you were doing work with others that you know could help you grow as in your professional career.
Thank you so much, Fatima. And absolutely, I mean, when we think about college, that's the end goal is to walk away with a career that's really going to give you a long-term growth. And all of that is influenced by internships, current extracurricular activities that people are getting involved, any programs outside of the schools that they're engaging in. I know that we have a question on the...
Oh my God.
platform. Bill or Carlos, if you want to read us the question.
Ellie is asking, she says, very interesting. I want to know, how can I apply?
Apply to what specific program, Damaris?
I'm not sure, honey. This is all she's saying. She's like, very interesting. I want to know how to apply for scholarships.
Yeah, so we gave a couple links for the scholarships. A lot of them, it's a long list of available scholarships. I want to highlight that some of them, the deadlines are very specific. So you do want to make sure that you didn't miss the deadline. But the other thing is that even if you're not applying this year, a lot of this are recurring scholarships. And so you want to make sure that you're looking at them a second year or even your third year of college. Fatima and Brianny, I wanted to ask a little bit more about, actually, Brianny and Christopher, are you currently working? And how is that influencing your potential career and major choice?
So right now I am currently working. I've been working at an assisted living in a memory care unit for 4.5 years, going on to 5 almost. And I see social workers coming in and out every day. And I actually kind of peek, I shadow them a little bit. And I can see how amazing they are with the residents, how they talk to them, provide support. They're there for everything. And I also do filing. I throw myself out there, learn how to do the filing and stuff. And from there, I think later on, when I graduate, I will be working with residents.
Thank you. No, thank you for that, Brianny. I love that you have, not only you're getting the working experience, but you have direct contact with potential, with social workers, which is the job that you want to have after. You're sort of in this perfect space where you're learning, you're also taking classes, and then fulfilling your dreams. Christopher, thanks for coming back. We wanted to kind of hear from you a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about, I know you were telling us about your major, and why did you choose that specific college?
Yeah, so I can summarize this before I get kicked out again. So my major is nutrition, dietetics, and biology. I go to Queens College. Like I said before, I went to John Jay first. I majored in criminal justice, and then I realized, that's not really for me. And then I went to Queens College because it's close to my house, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do. But then I found the nutrition dietetics program, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting. I could get into this. I go 3 years into the major. I'm almost done, and then I'm like, all right, this is really not for me. And then I got interested in veterinary sciences, so I decided to also pile on biology as a second major because it didn't make any sense to drop nutrition dietetics. And I followed the veterinary track for a while, and then the pandemic hit, and then I had a realization. I'm like, okay, I don't think I really want to be a veterinarian. But then I found that Queens College offered a master's in education program, so I applied to that. I just got accepted. So I'll be going into the teaching field, or the master's of education program, next semester. But I do work outside of here, but it doesn't have anything to pertain to education. The only reason I came towards the education track is because most of the other jobs that I had something to do with either mentoring or tutoring or looking after young middle school aged kids. And I'm like, okay, for example, one of the things that I used to do is I used to volunteer at a homeless shelter. And I used to take one of the kids, he was about 12 years old. And we should take him to these educational facilities every weekend. So he didn't really have the best influences in his life. So I'm like, all right, if I could work with kids this age and I get them interested in stuff, that'll help them later in life, it would be advantageous. It's not the right word I'm looking for, but it would be
in their benefit, right? In their benefit to be able to learn about their future. And first of all, I love that you are walking us through the different, how you can go from one thing to a completely different thing, and at the end, end up in education, right? Because education was embedded sort of across all the activities that you were doing outside of the classroom. I love that, and I think that the personal stories and and what's kind of driving you to stay there, it's really important. Because I know that for me, for example, is the one thing that got me to where I am today, really working and giving back to the same programs that I was part of when I was a student. So thank you all for sharing all of that. Fatima, I wanted to kind of go back to you a little bit and, tell us a little bit more about, obviously you are a professional, you're currently in a career that you love, and kind of you walk us through wanting to be a nurse to now really engaging in more programming, education programming particularly. Can you tell us a little bit about what is helping you right now as a professional to envision your future career? How do you see your growth going?
Thank you, Diana. Well, I would like to take you back a little bit before I became a professional. When I was a student at Westcom, I did my best to get into the nursing program. But during that time, I also became really interested in psychology and helping the students that had a hard time at school, elementary school kids, middle school kids, college kids. There was a program called the Western Connection Program that provides students with disabilities opportunities in a college setting, like, socializing, how classes where you were a mentor to them, and you will help them with everything that they need. And through that, I really, really like what a mentor does for students, especially when you're related to students that are first generation students and do not have anyone to rely to. I feel like the role of a mentor goes beyond what other goes when you're helping a student that has never has a chance to relate to someone that has gone to college. And right now, I am working at the Hispanic Federation as the New England Program Coordinator. And in this role, I am able to assist with the development of programmatic efforts that seek to support Latino students and families. I serve as the liaison for the Crear Futuros program in Connecticut and Rhode Island. And through this, I am able to have more mentors, to help more students that are going to college, like I said, to help them graduate on time, stay in college, and attend college, even though they have not been able to do that.
Great.
So,
thank you, Fatima.
Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for all of that, because one of my things is that I was mentioning before is that mentoring can really be life-changing for many of us. But I know how difficult sometimes it is to ask for help or understand where to find a mentor. We hear it all the time, find a career mentor, find a college mentor, but it's not always easy. And the fact that your job is to provide mentorship and train other mentors to then provide more resources to students is just, life-changing. So thank you again. We're very lucky to obviously have you at Hispanic Federation, and I am very lucky to work with you. The next questions for Brianni and Christopher. I wanted to hear a little bit more about how the pandemic affected a little bit of your current college journey. Did it change the way that you think about your future, specifically in career, or even what's going to happen next year? We can start with Christopher.
Well, like I said before, originally I was doing veterinary science, and then during the pandemic, I was going, because I used to volunteer at an animal shelter, and I used to shadow one of the vets. And as I was going, I was questioning myself. I'm like,
Wow, looks like Christopher is not having the best connection. Thank you again for your patience, everybody. We know that it can always be a little tricky. But Brianni, do you want to share your experience?
So throughout the pandemic, to be honest, it actually helped me more on wanting to become more of a social worker, because throughout the pandemic, you see a lot of people struggling, either depressed, being on isolation where you can't see your family, your friends, you're alone, you're locked. It can affect you physically, emotionally, psychologically. And as a social worker, you could see yourself helping those who are depressed just become better. And like for myself, I got in the beginning of last year, COVID. I was isolated for 18 days. I was going crazy. And I can only imagine what people are going through. So it actually made me more stronger, more passionate about my career path.
Thank you, Brianni. And yeah, absolutely. We need you. We need you as a bilingual social work.
Yeah.
We need you as a representation. So absolutely, I think it's great and phenomenal what you're doing. Hi, Christopher. I'm glad you're back. I know that the internet is a little tricky right now, but I just had two more questions. I know that we don't have enough time to kind of address all the needs, but one of them is, how can colleges really offer more supports, and even high schools, when it comes to helping students understand about careers now at early stages, or when it comes to helping students understand about choosing a major, and not just get them to college? How can we help them find more clarity on those two items? Fatima, if you want to go first.
Yeah, just like you mentioned before, Diana, I think that providing workshops and shadowing opportunities to students to see what the career that they want to pursue really is like in the field will help the students a lot. They have to explore things like, what options do they have? What can I do with this major? Not just, the general thing, but or what internships can you get that can give you the best experience and help you make connections so you can get a better job in the future.
Great, thank you. Christopher, since we have you back, one or two pieces of items or advice that colleges or high schools even can do right now to help students learn more about their career or choosing a major?
Yeah, I think like what Fatima was saying and what you said earlier, having shadowing or volunteering opportunities. Like a lot of high schoolers go into college just thinking, oh, I have to go to college to get a degree to get a job. And most of the time it's not like that. And knowing what you want to do when you go into college makes everything so much smoother, and you won't be like me and spend 6 years in college. You graduate on time. But yeah, if you can offer shadowing opportunities, volunteer opportunities, having professionals come into the high school and speak, I think that would be very helpful, because now you get a little bit of them. And then if you want to exchange contact information, or you just want to ask them a couple of questions, then that helps you out as a student and also gives you a contact later on in your career choice.
Great, thank you. Brianni, do you want to share your, what can colleges or high schools or even middle schools do to support students on the career or college major choice?
So with that, I say like in high school during the beginning of senior years, teachers should like schedule a few days of workshops with the students and gathering like professionals throughout all different careers and majors, putting them together and giving like a presentation of like what their major is, their job, what their job offers, what do they do, why do they choose this career path. It would help the students get a better understanding, also an idea of the career path that they would like to take before entering college. I would have definitely benefited from that as well if it was offered.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. Again, I definitely feel like all of this is definitely useful. And so if there's any one piece of advice as a current student, but also a professional that you want to share, can you tell us one piece of advice that a student can do right now to find a better career match for them? Fatima, if you want to start.
I think that, sometimes we as a students believe that because we don't see people like us pursuing in that career, we don't want to try. I think that it's important we don't let these fears take over us and take the best from ourselves. I feel like if you don't try to apply, if you want to earn a scholarship but you're afraid to not get it, how would you know if you won't get it if you don't apply to it? Just try and do your best, and always reach for the highest.
Definitely. Don't tell yourself no without trying. Don't give yourself like the no even before putting an application out there. I love that. Thank you. Brianni, do you want to share one last piece of advice for students that they can do right now to kind of match or have a better idea on choosing a career?
So with that, do a lot of research. For me, I do probably still today, I'm doing research on my career path, and like, don't give up. Try your best. Like it won't be easy, but you will make it. I'm telling you, it was hard for me, and this is my last semester and I'm getting through it, and I'm super proud because I believed in myself. And at the end of the day, once you get that job of your dreams, you'll be so happy waking up every day like you made it. Don't give up, guys.
Thank you, Brianna. Christopher, do you want to share one piece of advice for students right now on choosing a
explore, because the major that you go into college is not necessarily the major that you're going to have when you come out of college.
True.
You can try when you come in. It's not bad. You don't have to go in with a set idea.
Yeah. And for the record, that's totally okay. That's absolutely okay. Ending with a major that might not be aligned with the career that you want to do, there's always opportunities on making sure that you're still doing something that fulfills you and that gives you a sense of accomplishment. So thank you so much for joining us today. Damaris, thank you so much for having us today. We know that this conversation can go on and on and on, and we definitely want to hear from others as they're talking about their future careers. So thank you.
And thank you. Thank you, Diana, Briani, Christopher, and Fatima. This has been so entertaining and so educational on a different level. I feel like I can identify with all of you. Christopher, when you said, I've spent 6 years getting my degree, that's okay. Listen, what you're going through right now, being in school in a college setting, is such a blessing. Like, I wish I could have extended my stay when I was at Seton Hall University, because I didn't start to mature until like my last couple of semesters, and I mean mature as a woman, as a student, as all around, like what I wanted to do and where I wanted to go. I didn't start to figure that out towards the end. I declared a major in criminal justice because I saw myself working towards like prison reform, and then I worked my tail off to get into law school. And I also knew that I loved to be on a stage, be on camera, but I didn't have mentors. I didn't have people in these careers that could hold my hand and guide me through it. My sister and I were both going through the same paces, and we both graduated the same year from the university. So we didn't have anyone to lean on. We were the only ones and the first ones to graduate from a university in our family. So we had to kind of go in like the blind leading the blind. But let me tell you, having studied criminal justice, having studied communications, having gone into law school and then dropped out halfway through, and then having gone back to a community college, listen to this, after I got my bachelor's degree and went through all this other stuff, I wanted to do an internship at Despierta América, aquí en Univision, but I had to prove that I was matriculated, that I was doing it for credit, that I was in a college environment doing this for credit. And I said, how am I going to do this? I already graduated. Well, I went to a local college. I paid in cash, and I said, I'm going to take this class and I'm going to take this class because I have the free time. I was able to show them that I'm in college, and they accepted me into the program. So I did my internship con Despierta América after I tried a bunch of other things. And during that time, because I think I lacked the maturity, I thought, oh my God, I'm wasting all this time. I'm wasting all this money. I'm over here getting old. And I was like 25 years old thinking that I was old. And you're laughing because I'm sure that you probably felt that. And it's a silly way to think, but it's the way we think when we're at that age, so embrace what you're feeling, embrace what you're thinking. It's part of your journey. It's part of your process. And when I did my internship, I was working full time somewhere. I had to cut my work hours in order to do that internship. And it was such a huge sacrifice, but it was all worth it because now as a journalist, the legal background that I have, the having worked as a paralegal for 6 years, working in production for almost a decade and working on different shows at different levels, from being an intern to being a field producer to being on camera, I can do all of that because of that background. So Christopher, don't beat yourself up for the 6 years of trying different things. All of that is all going to come in handy, and you're going to be the most well-rounded professional that someone's going to hire, and you're going to be so valuable for a company and many companies that you're going to decide to work at in the future. And Briani, like, oh my God, I'm going to call you. I'm going to need you when you said this pandemic is hurting people in so many ways. 100%. Everything has changed. And I look at students now graduating high school, entering college, and they're going to have a pandemic experience, right? Because come September, we're still living in this chaos. You all entered to a university experience the way you should, whether you were living on campus or commuting, the full-on university experience without any strange limitations. So now, the students that are going into it are going to have a whole different, set of experiences altogether. So, even though we all look at this as a setback, even for you, you three that are pursuing your degrees and moving into your careers, like this challenge alone is making you so much stronger. Brianni, you're going to be able to understand when someone says to you, I have situational depression, like I'm feeling so gloomy today. What's happening? You felt it. You were stuck at home for 18 days dealing with COVID in the beginning when everybody was just scared to death, thinking that this was something that was going to just, cost us all our lives. And esta niña tan hermosa, Fatima, oh my God, you're like a grown up, you're like a 50-year-old stuck in that little tiny body of yours, you speak volumes. Like if you've been, you're just an old soul. And I really appreciate having been a part of this behind the scenes, listening to all of you. Diana, como una guía, la verdad que this is amazing what you're all doing. I always like to share my social media when I have this kind of opportunity, because a lot of girls and guys ask me, how did you get into your field? And I'm always ready, willing, and able to chat with anyone, So guys, please take it down. It's Damaris DSTV on Instagram. If you want to send me a DM, if you want to continue the conversation, I would love to know where your careers go and where this takes you. And anyone that's joined in this virtual fair that we've put together with, a lot of love and dedication, because we want to be a part of everybody's, journey and everybody's education. Please follow me on my platforms, Damaris DSTV. If anybody needs a mentor, I will do everything that I can to help and support you along the way, or just kind of be that, that ear on social media.
Thank you so much, Damaris. I just wanted to say that hearing your story, it's really what needs to come across, right? More people need to share their stories as professionals, because exactly, there's not a one way. Many of us ended up doing something that we never thought we would do. And so I think like just hearing from individuals, professionals that we look up to, it's important. So thank you again for having us today. And I don't know if there's a way that we can share the last slide from our presentation, just because that has critical contact info on our end.
There it is.
Thank you so much. Yes, please feel free to contact us. You can just text HF College to 40649 so that we can ensure that we're giving you further information for future events. I'm also adding the New York City DOE's Multilingual Learners Office Department contact info in case you want to get in contact with them. We look forward to engaging with you again tomorrow. We will be doing a presentation with the students in Spanish, and then again on Monday with a whole new set of students. So thank you again for joining us today.
That's right. This virtual tour started today, but it goes on tomorrow, it goes on Sunday, and it goes on Monday. So we ask you to, corran la voz, tell your fellow students, if you're educators that are logged on, if your parents, tell your friends, and students that are here, tell your friends as well. We're here to help you. There's so much information. We're giving you opportunities if you visit the Univision booth to win $500 if you sign up. And those $500, I keep saying, are going to go a long way when you have to buy those books, because, college books are expensive. So please visit the workshops. El booth de Univision, con la gran oportunidad de ganarse esos $500. Y bueno, ahora vamos a hacer una breve pausa, pero vamos a regresar con nuestra próxima workshop. Así que no se retiren, porque en unos minutos vamos a seguir con más de Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad.
Bienvenidos a Univisión Contigo, rumbo a la universidad. Sesión de talleres informativos. Con ustedes, Damaris Díaz.
Hola, hola y gracias por continuar aquí con nosotros, contigo rumbo a la universidad. Welcome back to this virtual tour that we have of 10 wonderful universities, amazing workshops, super interactive, super 3D, and super informative. I love the engagement so far. I'm going to remind you that we have a box here below and you can send all of your questions or comments. I'm trying to read them as they move so quickly down the screen here, and we're sharing my Instagram. It's at Damaris Diaz TV. Any college students that are looking for a mentor, I'm more than happy, willing, and able to do that for you. Send me a message on DM. I'll filter through them, and I promise to get back to you. For us, it's so important to be a part of your journey towards getting an education. And the education is key in order to be successful in life. And I know right now, you know, at the time we're being bombarded with so much stuff on social media, and we see influencers here just becoming famous overnight and plugging a bunch of different brands and seeming to make a living out of something so easy. You know, you got to ask yourself, how sustainable is that in the long run? You know, don't set aside your education because you think you want to be a social media influencer. Put your time and effort and dedication into getting an education, and do that as a side gig, and guarantee you're going to get a whole lot further with an education than without it. So don't let, you know, all the hype and all the glitz and the glam on social media fool you. I share my social media, and on there I share a lot of the stories that I do on Despierta America, a lot of the work that I do with Amigos de Univision, which is a show that I host every Saturday at 12:30 por Univision 41. And I try to share a little bit of my life. But remember that the things that we share are the things that we want you to see. Of course, you know, we post the prettiest photos and the ones that have the best lighting and all that good stuff. But that's just a piece of the pie. That's not our lives. You know, my life is working. My life is telling stories. My life is writing. It's communicating. It's being part of a community. So I share my social media in hopes that we can connect and in hopes that I can inspire you. But my number one goal is to inspire you to pursue this education. If you're all here today, Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad, it's because you want to go to college. It's because you're looking for information. It's because los padres de familia que están aquí con nosotros también quieren apoyar a sus hijos. Entonces hay que aprovechar todo esto que tenemos para ofrecerles, estas sesiones interactivas en los kioscos, 10 universidades aquí dentro con una lista que pueden ver todas las universidades que están participando. We're going to keep reading your questions and comments, so please take advantage of the box here below. We want this to be as much a wonderful opportunity and experience for all of you as it is for us. We love to give back to the community. We love to support our community. So please keep sending your questions along. Please keep visiting our kiosks. And I want to remind you that we have $500 giveaways. So hay que aprovechar. In the Univision kiosk, you can register to participate in that. And one of the important topics that we're going to touch here today is something that sometimes goes ignored by students. And it's so easy sometimes to ignore the hard stuff, right? And I'm referring to finances. Sometimes we think, oh, well, our parents are going to handle that. But hey, if you're turning 18, if you haven't already, you're going to college, honey, we're entering the real world now. And when you're signing off on that documentation, that's your signature and it's your responsibility. So, but you don't have to worry, you know, that's why we're here to give you, you know, we've put together all these sessions with all these professionals that are going to give you all the advice that you need. Okay. So it might be a little scary or overwhelming, but it's totally doable. It's totally manageable. Okay. So, let's see what we have next up here. We have a session that's going to be awesome with all this. ¿A quién tenemos por aquí? Let's see. All of our short-term and long-term goals all have, you know, that one key element in common, and it's the finances. From rental applications, if you're going to go live, off campus, to student loans, to buying a car or house, everything that you do now. I remember when I started my university and I filled out an application for like my very first credit card. I think I had like a $500 limit, and then I got another one and it had like a $1,500 limit. And of course, buying this and that and books and whatnot. Before you knew it, I maxed out those cards and paying them little by little by little. I think I was paying for that silly first card that I got for years after I graduated. So let's pay close attention to what we have next here. We're going to learn all about credit in the following workshop that's hosted by the Hispanic Federation's Economic Empowerment Team. So get ready to join us and learn key credit concepts and other important financial information. I'm not applying for college, but I'm sure going to be paying attention because I'm sure there's something that I'm going to learn here today. So parents, pay attention, students, pay attention, and please join me in welcoming Alessandra Vecino Casabon, Economic Empowerment Program Coordinator of the Hispanic Federation. Vamos a recibirla por aquí, Alessandra.
Thank you, Damaris. Everyone, welcome to the College Student and Understanding Credit for Making Financial Decisions here at this college fair. My name is Alessandra Vecino Casabon. I'm the Economic Empowerment Program Coordinator at Hispanic Federation. And you might wonder, what is the Hispanic Federation? It is the nation's premier Latino nonprofit membership organization. We seek to empower and advance the Hispanic community, support families, and strengthen the Latino institutions through work in the areas of education, health, immigration, civic engagement, economic empowerment like today, and obviously the environment and many other areas of focus. So for today's workshop, we're going to be talking about credit, and these are the goals that I have today. Understanding why good credit is important for life during and after college, knowing about the types of credits and other important concepts that you should know, and learning strategies to build and maintain good credit as a student. So let's start with what is credit, and let's define it. Like in this context, it is a predetermined amount of money that a financial institution is willing to loan a client in order to acquire products or services right away and repay it in the future. And this is another thing that you might have heard about, the credit score. You might have heard, maybe seen it on TV and ads or something like that. But this specifically is a number between 300 and 850 that tells financial institutions about your credit history and your financial habits. And a good credit usually refers to scores 700 and above, but there is a whole range for the credit scores. As you see in the screen, very poor is considered between 300 and 579, fair 580 to 669, good starting at 670 to 739, very good at 740 to 799, and exceptional above 800 up to 850. So the good news is about 66% of Americans have a good score or better, according to Experian, which is one of the credit companies. But why should you care about this? Why is this important for you in your life as you're, getting ready for college or you're in your first year? Well, the good credit allows people just to accomplish their financial goals faster, whether it is renting or buying a house, a car, taking out credit cards, or even student loans. Having good credit will make these processes so much easier for you. And this is because having that good credit tells those companies that you are trustworthy, that you know how to manage your finances, that you are responsible with credit, and they don't see you as a risk. They don't see you as someone who is perhaps not going to pay back in time or pay consistently or pay back the loan that they give you. So this is why it's important for you. And there are 5 factors that affect the credit score. I'm going to go over them and define them right now. The first is your payment history, and this talks to the frequency and punctuality of your payments. The second is credit use, and this is how much out of the total of credit that you've borrowed you're actually using, expressed in a percentage out of 100. Your credit history, precisely how that sounds, how long you've had credit, how long have you had credit cards open and in use. The fourth one, it is type of credits or credit mix, and it refers to the different types of account that a person can have, from credit cards to loans to mortgages, all of these different types of credit that you can take out. That also affects your credit score. And of course, new credit, just what it sounds like, the amount of accounts that you've opened. Now, these 5 factors affect your credit score in different ways. So you'll see that the most important ones are your payment history and your credit utilization. These take over 65% of the total of what it's affecting your credit score. The length of credit history up to 15%, credit mix 10%, and new credit 10%. So you might see them, okay, these are not as important. They're still going to affect. So it's good to have in mind these 5 factors while you're planning your finances, and you're developing your financial habits, to keep in mind, these are the 5 things that are going to affect your score. Now, moving on to some of the important concepts that you should know before you get started. First of all is the types of credit. And we're going to get started with the installment credit. And this is a loan with interest made for a specific amount of money, repaid with monthly fixed payments. Now, common types of installment loans include mortgages, car loans, or personal loans. And these can help you obviously achieve some of the most sought out financial goals. And this allows you to pay back that purchase over a long period of time with fixed payments. Now, the second type of credit is revolving credit, and that is credit that is used over and over again up to a certain limit, provided payments are made on time. And now you can choose either to pay off the balance in full at the end of each billing cycle, monthly, or to carry the balance from one month to the next, or revolve that balance. Now, you might be thinking, okay, isn't that just a credit card? That's precisely it. That's a good example of a revolving credit. And also personal lines of credit, or maybe down the line, home equity lines of credit. And the difference is I guess not the differences, but the most common uses for these types of revolving credits is that credit cards can be used for either large or small expenses, depending on your limit. And lines of credit, either personal or in home equity, are used to finance major, home remodeling or repairs. So again, just something to keep in mind for the future. Another concept that is very, very important are the interest rates. Now, interest is the money you pay for borrowing money, and an interest rate is the percentage of the total amount of money loaned charged by the lender for the use of its money. So interest rates apply to most lending or borrowing transactions. Now, individuals may borrow money, pay for tuition, or fund a project, or purchase a home, or rent all these things. Now, the money that you repay is more than the amount you borrowed, because lenders require compensation for the use of their money during the period of the loan. So this is what you need to keep in mind of when you are, looking into perhaps student loans, or maybe private loans to pay for other expenses while you're in school, is that interest rate, because that tells you in the end how much you're going to be paying that's quote unquote extra. If you take out a loan for $5,000, depending on your interest rates and your monthly payments, and whether you make them on time or whether you don't and you incur some fees, you're going to end up paying possibly up to like 7,000, 8,000, almost twice the amount you borrowed at the beginning. So this is something that you really want to keep an eye out and really understand the nuances of each different loans or each different credit. Now, another thing that is really important as you are looking to finance your education is this idea of co-signing. And it means agreeing to be legally responsible for the loan amount plus any fees should the borrower be unable to pay. Now, most people want or need a co-signer because they can't qualify for the loans by themselves. Excuse me. If you have a strong financial profile, or you can find someone with a strong financial profile, co-signing for someone with a lower credit score can improve their odds of qualifying for that loan, but not only that, lowering those interest rates. So, it's really good for either you're looking for someone to co-sign for you or you are going to co-sign for someone else. But the thing that you have to, keep in mind of, and these are decisions that you should really consider and consider the person that you're going into this co-signing with, is because unlike a joint loan where both parties have equal access to the funds, a co-signed loan, the co-signer has no right to the money, even though they could be on the hook to repay that money. So that's something you want to keep in mind of, it's kind of like you're doing this favor for this person, but you want to make sure that they're responsible, or if you want to find a co-signer, you need to prove to them that you are responsible and they won't be held responsible for that amount of money or repaying that loan. Okay, so we're gonna move on to like a few other aspects of credit. And the one that we're gonna talk about is the credit report. Now, you also might have heard this because there are 1,000 ads on TV about checking your credit report or what does it say. So let's talk about what it is. And like I said, it's a breakdown of your credit history at a particular point in time. And these are prepared by credit agencies. Now, these are very, very detailed reports about your financial history. So it includes your personal information, your name, any name that you might have used in the past in connection with a credit account, former and current addresses, birthdates, social security numbers, phone numbers that you may have had. Of course, all of the information about your credit accounts, whether it's, current or old, including the type of amounts that they are. Are they credit? Are they installments? Are they mortgages? Are they, car loans? Like all of these things are included there. It also includes the credit limit for each one of those accounts. So like how much you had to use in those credit lines, your current balance, your payment history, the date the account was opened and closed if it was closed, the name of the creditor, the person that is giving you the credit, but also collection items and public records. So if you have any liens, foreclosures, bankruptcies, civil suits, and judgments, it even includes information on overdue child support. So these are all the things that are encompassed in a credit report. And of course, it includes inquiries. So any company that has access to your credit report will have a line in there as well. So this is just a really good way for you to get a snapshot of everything that you have done up until the moment that you are, requesting that credit report, and really gives you an overview of where you are and what it is that you need to do to, improve or maintain your credit. Now, the companies that prepare these reports, these are the three big ones: Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion. So these are the credit agencies that collect and prepare these reports. Okay, so now that we've talked about what is credit and the different type of credit that they are, different factors that affected, your credit reports, how do you as a student build your credit or maintain your credit as you go? And the most important thing that I want you to take away from here today is that consistency is key. Like, you have to understand that in order to, generate a good credit score, you need time. It could take months. It could take up to years, from the first time you take out a credit card or take out a loan. And for that, what I mean by consistency is paying on time and paying the amounts that you need. So being consistent is key because it shows that you are responsible in handling your credit. Now let's talk about a few very specific strategies to do this. Now, the first one is keeping your oldest account open, because if you remember, credit history also affects your credit score. So you want to make sure that the first one that you have, so the oldest one, is opened and somewhat in use. Don't cancel it just because you paid off the balance. Keep it open, because that, again, that gives you a longer length of credit use. The second strategy is to stay under 30% of your credit limit. So we talked about credit limit as well. 30% is usually the recommended amount. So even if you have, $10,000 across all of your different lines of credit and everything, you want to make sure that you're using around the $3,000 mark. So 30% out of the total. Because again, this just shows that you are responsible, that you're not just maxing out all of your cards, you're not making a lot of different purchases, or all of these different things. So 30% is just like a good idea of like a limit that you want to set yourself for. Of course, you can go over it. That's not to say that you can't, but again, it should be responsible. It should be perhaps for a very calculated purchase that you're going to be able to like pay back and lower that limit to 30% within a few months. Again, that's fine. It's just about knowing that this is something that financial institutions see as being a little credit risk. The third one, and again, I can't stress this enough, is making your payments on time. And now, we are in a lot of things happen in our day-to-days. And, there might be a month that perhaps you don't have the funds, you're not sure you're going to be able to make the payment. Please just don't let the date go by and incur late fees. Call your creditor, call the credit card company, call the loan company, just reach out to them, because there are ways where they could work with you. Obviously, this is depending on every individual situation and depending on the company, but they could offer alternatives just to make sure that your payment is not considered late. They could change your due date to a week later, 2 weeks later, if that's how long you think you'll be able to come up with the money. They might be able to freeze the account for 1 or 2, because of economic grievances. But make sure you exhaust all of your resources before you make a late payment. Fourth one, check your credit report often. Make sure that everything that is in there and it's for one, yours, and that all the transactions that are there you have made, or all the accounts are there. And if there are any errors, you report it immediately, because that is a good way to keep your not only to protect yourself from fraud, but also making sure that your credit score is indicative of the reality. So you want to check it, make sure that your account's in there, everything is good. The fifth one is keeping a mix of credit types. And this just happens naturally as you go into life and you finish college and you go into a job. But it is a good idea to understand that keeping a mix of credit types, it also helps your scores. not filling yourself up with like, 7 different credit cards from different department stores, but, knowing that, okay, you're going to be needing, to take out perhaps a loan to get a car in the future, or like after college, you might need, if you move out of state or somewhere else for a job, you might, you want to keep your options open. And keeping your credit in good shape is a good way, again, to like hit those goals, or like get those things that you need to get your life started, as a student. And after you graduate, it's, again, the best way. And the sixth one is knowing how to differentiate good debt from bad debt. So good debt is basically money that you owe for things that can help build wealth or increase your income over time. So these are obviously student loans. If you get an education, if you get a degree, you are more likely to be able to get a better paying job. Obviously, this depends on each field and the market, but just this is how the financial companies see student loans as like a good investment. Like, you're investing in your future and you're investing in yourself. But other things like mortgages, being a homeowner, being settled in, or business loans if you're starting a business to generate more income. Now, bad debt is just consumer debt, basically. It's just like, it does little to improve your financial outcome. It's just debt. So this is where credit cards fall into place. So this is why it's a good idea to keeping it under 30%, because then you won't be owing that much money, and it wouldn't be that much of a financial burden on your day-to-day. So knowing what good debt is from bad debt, it will also help you make good decisions for the future. Now, I want to talk a little bit about secure credit cards. And these are, for the first of all, these are really, really good ways for students to start building credit if you haven't taken out a credit card before. Why? Because these cards require you to put down a cash deposit for collateral. So that deposit protects the company, the issuer, the creditor, in case you fail to pay your bill, which obviously reduces the risk of approving you for a card, because they'll already had that deposit. They know that even if you default on your payments, they are covered. So it's easier for them to approve a credit card, a secure credit card, in this manner. And again, it's a great way to establish a good credit history. And it might not seem like it's such a priority when you're starting school, when obviously you have 1,000 different responsibilities and things to look out for, but you will need it down the road once you're out of college. So it is a really, really good idea to start thinking about these things, as you're applying or in your first year, and, creating your new routines and your habits to include, good financial habits. At the same time, the third one, check with each issuer for eligibility. Being a student is not sometimes enough to qualify for a secure card. So you need to make sure that whichever bank you go to, look at their secure credit cards, requirements, and make sure you meet them. But you can shop around their different banks. You can look what's available for you, and make sure that it is a good choice that will benefit you in the future. Now, a few tips specifically on using credit. So I have 4 here that I want to make sure to talk about. And the first is, if you have a credit card that gives you cash advances, keep an eye out for the fees that they're going to charge you over that. And not only that, the limits on cash advances that you can take out. The second one is, I know I mentioned secured cards for students, but beware of offers that are specifically for students and in, incentives or cards that give you points or cards that give you miles or things like that, things that are encouraging you to use your credit. That's when you need to be especially aware of what everything that is going on. So think more about the long run and not just the immediate rewards. Say, oh, if you take out a credit card and you spend $1,000 in the first 3 months, we'll give you $100 back. Like, okay, great, you'll get the $100, but you still have to pay all of that money. And you remember you're paying an interest rate over that money. And sometimes you might even be paying, again, going into the third one, different fees using that card. You might have ATM fees, you might have obviously cash advances or yearly fees. So again, just keeping an eye out on, reading the fine print and be aware of everything that comes along with you swiping that card even just once. And the fourth one, this is also very specific to student loans. If you have to take out student loans to finance your school, you also want to make sure that you, again, are setting yourself up in the best way possible for the future. It might seem that you're not, that it doesn't mean much to you now, but look into student loan forgiveness programs and see, look out for what the requirements are. Usually there's a big difference between federal loans and private loans. And, federal loans may be eligible for student loan forgiveness, whereas private loans are not. So, you want to make sure that if you do have to take out loans, exhaust your possibilities or your resources when it comes to the federal ones or like state or like anything that you can use that, will probably have lower interest rates and they might be eligible in the future for like loan forgiveness. Whereas if you're taking out private loans, you know that you're going to be on the hook for that, and keeping an eye out on how you're taking out these different loans is important. Now, before I wrap up, I just wanted to provide this like really good resource on checking your credit report. So it's annualcreditreport.com, just like you see on the screen. And usually, you can check your report once a year. However, through the pandemic, this company is allowing you to check it once a week. Obviously, go in there, make sure that this is still ongoing when you want to take out your credit report, and again, review it and keeping an eye out. And the thing that I want to leave you with is, and as you're going into school, is knowing that knowledge is power. I know we've heard that 1,000 times, and everybody says that at one point. But when it comes to financial habits and education, it is imperative that you understand, that you fully understand what it is that you're signing, what it is that you're taking out, and how the actions that you take with that credit is going to affect you in the future. So knowing as much as you can will prevent you from, having a mishap in the future simply because, you didn't know. So, that's a good example with this would be perhaps, fees for using an ATM. You know that for the bank that you are in, that network, you won't have to pay fees, but, the 99 cents ATM that's in the corner is closest and more convenient for you. So you tend to use that one. However, once you see your statement at the end of the month, you're being charged a bunch of different fees because you kept using that 99 cent ATM. And you thought you were only paying for 99 cents, but then, your bank charged you $5 on top of that. So that becomes, almost $6 for every time you use that ATM. So it's just knowing what you're getting, how everything is arranged and how everything is set out, that you can make the best decisions and take the best course of actions. Great, so I'm gonna wrap up. Obviously, I just wanna reiterate that I'm from the Hispanic Federation, and we do not only economic empowerment, but immigration, environment, and if you wanna get updates about the work that we've been doing, you can go to HispanicFederation.org or get, go back, text HF College to 40649 or call that number 1-844-432-9832, and we'll be more than happy to not only help you or just help guide you to resources that might be useful. And if you have any questions about today's workshop, please visit the Hispanic Federation virtual booth throughout this college fair this weekend. We'll be more than happy to answer your questions and help you. That is all for my presentation. Thank you so much for having me here today. And thank you so much, Damaris, for having me.
No, thank you, Alessandra Vecino Casabon, Economic Empowerment Program Coordinator of the Hispanic Federation. What an honor it has been to have you here today, part of this conversation, and ending on that note that's so important, managing our finances and knowing that every decision we make today will be a part of our lives forever. So thank you so much for bringing that knowledge to us, for bringing all this information at a time like now where we really have to dig in deep and we really have to be very careful with the steps that we're going to take and how we're going to deal with the finances in our future. Our future is here. Our future is now. So many students looking for colleges to apply for, looking for grants, looking for scholarships, looking for that free money. And sometimes those credit cards can look like free money, but it's not free money. We got to pay it back. And sometimes those interest rates can be haunting, to say the least. So, Alessandra, muchísimas gracias por traernos tanta información. We've had 5 great workshops in the first day of Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad, and our next session of workshops about the college process will continue tomorrow. We have a full day tomorrow, todo en español. There'll be 3 additional days. We have tomorrow completamente en español. Estamos el domingo, Sunday, all day as well, and Monday. So please join us. And please tell your friends, corran la voz, que mañana esta feria virtual Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad será completamente en español y vamos a estar recibiendo al doctor Guillermo Linares, también del Hispanic Federation and Latino U College Access. So I invite you all, los invito a todos que visiten el booth virtual de Univision. During your visit to our virtual booths, you'll find so much more information, and this will be available to you for the next couple of days, not just when we're active here from 11 to 4. Remember that we have a wonderful opportunity there at the Univision booth. You register for a chance to win gift cards up to $500. So we want to thank everyone that's been a part of this today, Hispanic Federation and all the schools participating in this event, all of the speakers that have been a part of this Contigo Rumbo a la Universidad. And lastly, I'm going to remind you one more time that you have the chance to win these $500 gift cards to start your college process, to start your college journey. And what a beautiful journey it's going to be. So desde ya los felicito por haber compartido con nosotros, por haberse empapado un poquito más acerca de este tema que es tan importante. El futuro está en sus manos y para nosotros es un gran honor tomarlos de la mano y ayudarlo en este proceso que es tan importante. Remember, visit our booth, register to win, and I want to thank you all for being a part of this today. I've enjoyed it, and I hope that you have too. I've learned so much, even though my college years are behind me, but it's been wonderful, y aquí los espero mañana. Recuerden que mañana, el día enterito, vamos a estar hablando solo en español. Aquí contigo, rumbo a la universidad. Nos vemos mañana.